All right, we are live at Hot Rod Drag Week 2013, and we've made it to Memphis International Raceway here. I am completely obliterated on my third night in a row with less than 4 hours of sleep, and I know that we've got nearly 200 racers out there that are in the same conditions, so this will be a very, very interesting day. I'm here this morning with Ron Ward, who's going to announce for us for the next 2 days because Brian Loans has gone to announce an NHRA race. How's it going?
It's going fantastic, David. I appreciate the opportunity. Look forward to working with you guys and watching a great event here with Drag Week 2013.
And you've been at home watching the live feed for the past couple days?
I was able to watch it Monday and Tuesday, but yesterday I had to work half a day, and then I drove 8 hours to get here because I was thrilled to come to this event. I'm not up to date on what happened yesterday. How was it at St. Louis?
Oh, it was pretty incredible. The track was kind of greasy. We had a very, very humid and hot day, and we had some issues where some of the fast cars couldn't get down the track once it got torn up by the slower cars. We run in sessions. We run all of the fast cars in the morning, then we run the daily driver cars, and then we go to an all-run session. And in that all-run session, guys were smoking the tires, and so we ended up having to prep the track, and at that point, everybody got back down to the ETs that they were expecting.
Well, good deal. They were able to turn it around and make something out of the day.
Yep.
Hey,
exactly.
What are we looking for today? A lot of heat, a lot of humidity, similar to yesterday. What do you think is going to happen?
Well, this is Memphis International Raceway. We've always had good luck here. You know, Hot Rod Magazine has been here since 1992 with the original Fastest Street Car Shootout, and then we did pump gas drags here. And so I'm thinking that the Hot Rod mojo is hanging over the place, and we're going to do pretty well.
I've got a good crew here at Memphis International Raceway as well. They know how to prep the track, and they've dealt with this pretty much every day they have run a race with the heat and the humidity. So I'm looking forward to a great time here, looking forward to a lot of quick rides. Who stood out yesterday?
Oh, man, the 3 hours of sleep is kicking in right now. There was a lot of stuff that went down. I'm thinking of Jeff Sias is the guy. He runs in Street Race Naturally Aspirated, and I think we saw our first 990 pass with a naturally aspirated small block in that little Fox Mustang. So that's what I was remembering. But what we're going to do here in a few minutes is actually go through all of the rankings of the classes that we had from last week. And I see Mike Finnegan has showed up, and he's got a lot of dirt from the pits. So since you've been out of the loop for a couple days, why don't we toss it to Finnegan, and we'll run through those results.
Fantastic. Good morning, Mike.
Good morning.
Ron, thank you for coming, and we will see you up in the tower for today and tomorrow, right? All right, thank you. How's it going?
I'm a little sleepy.
Yeah, you sound about like I do. My throat is just like froggy.
I spent, I don't know how many hours, but I spent my entire day yesterday with Bob Guido, sorry. Bob Guido is the guy with the 68 Mustang that tagged the right wall, the left wall, and still beat the guy he was racing yesterday.
Oh, did he?
Yeah.
Well, yeah, he crossed right in front of him.
He ran a 12-1, hitting both walls. And
69 Mustang.
69 Mustang?
Yeah, it's a
red
it's a
Mustang
coupe
with a lot of white paint down both walls, both doors. And the funny thing about that is he's working on the car, and one of the track guys comes up and goes, you know, we just painted both those walls, right?
So did he hand him a bill or what?
No, he was cool. He looked at the car and went, you're screwed, and walked away.
Oh.
So, but he wasn't. I mean, they literally spent the whole day. They took both control arms off on the left side and put them in a press, straightened them out, and then hammers, jacks, chisels, bent the quarter panels back out on the car, the front fenders, went to a junkyard across the street with a local, got 2 new front wheels, and back wheels off of a Lincoln that coincidentally had drag radials.
Wow.
What luck.
That is incredible.
Yeah.
That's drag week right there.
Yeah, oh God. And motored on like it was no big deal. We were doing 80 miles an hour with this smashed up Mustang all the way here.
And he's brothers with the guy with that 65 GTO with the 514-ish Pontiac motor in it?
Yeah, the Guido brothers are here with their dad. Drove all the way down from Canada, I think about 2,200 miles. And these guys are soldiers because they've replaced the cam in Bob's Mustang already on the way down here. Sheared the cam gear off of it. And they helped Bill Armstrong, who's in Daily Driver, they helped him change his clutch out in a car wash.
Twice, right?
I don't know if it was twice, but they did it the night before and then had all the problems with the Mustang. And watch this segue. Bill Armstrong is 0.03 of a second out of the Daily Driver 32-car field right now. So they saved his baking. 300. So the cutoff right now for Daily Driver, I think, is an 1194.
That's correct.
He's sitting with an 1197 average. So if he can lay one down here.
So 3/10, yeah.
No, 300.
Oh, 1197. Okay.
1197, 300.
Yeah.
He's close.
The guy who's right closest is actually Ross Dudley in the yellow Roadrunner. And so that's how tight the daily driver class is. We're looking at 3 cars that are within 1194 with a something.
Yeah, I mean, you miss a shift today and you're out.
You're
probably,
done. Yeah.
You know? So good
I,
action.
I did all the math last night. As a matter of fact, you can check all of this out on hotrod.com/dragweek, which I hope you do because it took me 4 hours to compile all the results. And what I was looking at is we have 7 matchups with cars that are looking either for a first and second battle or a second and third battle that are separated by less than a tenth. And the way Drag Week works is it's 5 days of racing. You hand in an ET slip each day. We take an average, and the guy with the lowest average ET at the end of the week wins. So right now we've got the day 3 numbers up, and that's how I know that these battles are down. There's 2 of them that are separated by .007.
Yeah, and think about that. These are cars of varying levels of performance, different engines, different trans, guys that are coming from all over the country to race, and for 3 days, they've battled the track, the road, the weather, their own cars, their sanity. I mean, today's a special day because if you think about this, you break the beams here, drive a few hundred more miles, and tonight when you get to that hotel parking lot, you are sitting with a very exclusive group of people. A group of people that can say, we've got the quickest street cars in the world, and you should sit there and soak that up because it's not going to last very long.
Well, and they have to survive at the drag strip tomorrow.
They got to break the beams.
We're returning to Bowling Green, and yeah, it's going to be pretty big. I'm getting the high sign here that we have results up, and so let's run through kind of what happened in each class, and if you know what guys have done, and then you can talk through that, and I'll talk about the guys that I know of. I can read that, and so I'll run through them for you, and you can comment. Starting off with the unlimited class, this was really interesting. This was really interesting yesterday.
A lot of drama yesterday.
There's a lot of drama. Day before yesterday, Joe Barry had found his way into second place. Joe Barry is the 56 Chevy. It's cream and orange, and it's the all-steel car that is fighting against these 2 Pro Mod cars in first, second, and third. Now, Tom Bailey in the 6 seconds orange 69 Camaro is just way out ahead. He's averaging now a 680, and then there's a fight for second and third. Dave Ahokas is at 723, and Barry's at 727, and I'm sorry, I'm just a little distracted here because I'm having trouble reading the screen. Video guys, you might want to give us a hand here and let me know what to do on that.
Let me tell you what I know about this right now, and this is really interesting. So Tom Bailey has now been the first guy to ever run a 6 at the first 3 tracks.
That's right.
He's done that, all right? And what I wonder is, can we really call what he's driving a Pro Mod? Because I've looked at it a lot, but I'm wondering, is the front end of that thing stretched? Does it have a lot of overhang?
I believe it's only a 2-inch stretch on the wheelbase on that car. It looks much more legit than Ahokas' full-on Jerry Bickle car, but it does have like the side skirts and things like that.
And a carbon fiber body, and it's badass either way. Joe Barry obviously has the closest thing to a production vehicle out here, and to be honest, it's been painful for me personally to watch this guy come here every year because he has battled tire shake like nobody I've ever seen. And he's personally told me the thing's gone 7 flat before at other events. It just hasn't been able to get it done here. And yesterday, he ran a 7:11, his quickest pass ever at Drag Week, which is awesome.
Which kind of gets me back on track of what I was trying to get through, which is that he managed to get into second place yesterday, but then he swapped out with Ahokas again. And so what we're looking at now is Bailey, Ahokas, and then Barry in that class. So a lot of people are following that really, really close. The next class is Pro Street Power Adder, another interesting one. We've got Mike Roy, who's got that maroon 71 Chevy Monte Carlo, and he and David Henniger are the ones that are battling back and forth. Henniger ran a 780 the first day and has slowed since then, which I guess you're going to do when you smack either a tree or a guardrail on the highway spinning out in the rain. And so he traded places with Roy. We got Roy at an 804, Henniger at an 810. That car is an orange 71 Camaro. And then Glenn Hunter out of New York has the red and white 56 Chevy Bel Air with an 849. That's the car that has the
big and ugly hat up top.
The big and ugly hat up top, exactly. And he is running on E85. I don't know if you knew that.
No, I didn't know that. I know he's made some changes, and it's gone quicker this year. I think he ran an 844, which I think is the quickest I've seen him go here at Drag Week.
Yeah.
And, hell of a good guy from New York. He hangs out with Frank Romano. And
totally cool guy.
Bitchin' Silver Tri-5. And that class has had a good amount of drama too, because you had Mike Roy blowing up a ring and pinion the other day.
I missed that.
Yesterday, I'm pretty sure he fragged his tranny and came back and laid down a run to keep him out in front again. And David Henninger is actually a GM race shop engineer. And that car he's driving, it's a legit Pro Street car that he's raced for 15 years, and it's won NMCA championships. And
did it used to be blue?
I don't know.
Because I remember him from here at Memphis back in the early days of the fastest streetcar shootout, and he ran NMCA with a V6, I think, in that thing.
Wow.
And for a long time, and he finally admitted this to me, so I think I can make it public, he ran in a carbureted class with EFI hidden under the intake manifold.
That figures. Figures, engineer.
Yep.
Sure. Right on. So let's move on. We've got Pro Street naturally aspirated. There's a huge gap between first and second place. We've got Eddie Miller's out front, and Rich Pedraza is in second in his fair lane. Really, the story here is Eddie Miller, because everybody knows Eddie.
Oh, yeah.
He's got a mouth on him, and whether you like it or not, he is backing up everything he said he would do this week, you know.
He is. He had done, and what we're talking about, folks, is the purple 73-ish Duster with the graphics on it that you've seen out here. He's only made one pass a day, so you really got to be careful to look at it on the live feed. But he had just smack talk on Yellow Bullet about coming out here and destroying Doc McIntyre's record in his C-Red Camaro. I think Doc had run a 898 or 899.
I think it was a 2. He went on 892.
Oh, did he?
Yeah.
892. And Eddie came out here and was like, you know, we're just going to kill this, and he did kill it. And of course, they're arguing that he's got a full-on race car, so that's drag week. Rich Pedraza actually is not a fair lane. That is the yellow Pro Street 67 Mustang that drove all the way out here from California.
Wow.
Modified power
Graphics guys
adder.
are fired.
Modified power adder. Travis Gilpin is running Todd Mashmeyer's 68 Camaro. That's the black primer car, big nitrous, 791, leading Bryant Goldstone, who has the ProCharger blown silver 70 Chevelle, who's got an 837, and then trailing almost a full second behind Greg Mayton in an 87 Cougar at 927, and he just hit the podium yesterday. He had been in 4th and 5th place. We had some dropouts, and Greg Mayton moved up.
Yeah, the Gilpin and Mashmeyer struggled huge yesterday with the track.
Again?
And they were vocal about it. Yeah.
Yeah. I heard Tom Bailey was really, really loud about the track conditions, and so was Mashmeyer. Modified naturally aspirated. Kevin Caps Lock Follett is the guy with the 82 Monza RX-7, and it has got a high-strung small block in it that used to be in Jake Stelter's 67 Chevelle.
You'll like this. Apparently, Kevin is such a good dude and so good at this that he had time to go shopping with his girlfriend the other day before coming to the racetrack.
Oh, yeah, I knew that.
I don't mean shopping for spare parts, shopping.
Yeah.
Draw your own conclusions there.
Pretty laid back. You had a good interview with him yesterday. As a matter of fact, I'll pause and say, go to hotrod.com and the Hot Rod YouTube page, and you'll see Finnegan's interviews with the racers in the pits that were posted in yesterday's live feed. So anyway, Caps Lock Kevin is running a 983. Ray Myers is in the black Plymouth Cuda. It's a 67 notch, and that used to be a 440 car. It now has a 6.1 Hemi in it, and he's averaging 1061. Tony Sanchez is the sort of teal-covered 69 Javelin, trailing at a 1070.
With an AMC engine in it.
With a 401 in it, for sure.
Yeah. Ray might have shot himself in the foot, because that was a pretty well-sorted car, too quick for his tech cert. So last year he was lifting at 1,000 feet to stay under, and he went and stuck a 6.1 liter motor in it this winter, and didn't know how it was going to run when he got here, and he's slower now.
Oh,
so
yeah, that hurts.
Right about now, he's probably hitting himself in the face with a crescent wrench.
Smaller motor, worse heads. I'm thinking not the greatest plan. Super Street, big block, naturally aspirated. Tim Flanders has an 86 Mustang. Here's something that you've probably picked up on that I've noticed is there's only one Fox Mustang that is in top 3 in any class that actually has a Ford engine in it.
Yeah, everybody's switching here.
And this thing has a 454 LSX in it, naturally aspirated, pushing that thing to 957, and that's not necessarily a really lightweight car. It's got an interior.
Yeah, sorry, Ford fans.
Yeah.
It's hard to find a Ford and a Ford at Drag Week this year.
It is. Brent Bowman in the 69 Camaro, a 984. Bob Milfin, 69 Chevelle, trailing way behind at 1144, but we always say it's not over till it's over. You got no idea if those other two guys are going to fall out, and
it might as well be 900 miles between here and Bowling Green.
Right.
You know, because like you said, who knows what's going to happen.
We've moving into Super Street, small block, naturally aspirated. Dusty Ward. Okay, this is an 88 Mustang. Do you know what engine's in that one?
Pontiac?
Small block Mopar. You were close. You were really in the same neighborhood on that deal. 1067. He's followed by David Berry 64 Chevy Nova at a 1091. Norm Tannehill at a 71 Camaro. And you know what? They have got cars in lanes, so I'm thinking we need to rush pretty quickly through the rest of these results, and then we'll get to racing. Next class, Super Street Power Adder. Rick Prospero's got that 65 Tan Nova wagon with a 799.
Averaging in the sevens.
I missed that he had averaged in the sevens. George Gallimore, that 70 Monte Carlos stuffed with a 540.
I believe he's in impound today.
And we have impounded him. That is a twin turbo car running with no boost control yesterday, averaging 831. And Shane McClelland is 62 Chevy 2 at an 883. Next class is Street Race Big Block Power Adder. Mike Burrows in a 71 Nova at 1005. Bellahar in the Grand Prix Big Car at a 1019. Houston Alford at a 1049. We are going to pause for this pass.
Well, it looks like we got somebody just trying to finish the show here. Broke the... Make a full pull.
You know what I think we should do is watch the racing action here, and in the next break we'll come back with more results.
Break time.
as he rolls through the shutdown area. They're going to have to check that one out. Nathan Hines and his Camaro falls through 119 miles an hour. Good pass for Nathan. Jeff Sias went through an 10:19 for Sias at 133 miles an hour. He is your current class leader in street race small block. So a good pass for him. Keeps his average very, very solid. Currently averaging a 10:07. He runs a 10:19 there, only a tenth off. Making his way down track. As Richard Guido runs a 10:89, a little bit off his average. He's run as quick as a 10:55. Excuse me, a 10:54 was his best. So just a little off. Paired up with the Chevy pickup truck. Chris Donovan rolls through the 10:98, 129 miles an hour. Here we come with a Cobra Jet Mustang. I don't know if this is a clone or this is the real deal, but from what I was told, the dealership will tell you can buy one, but you're not supposed to be able to register it. My guess is he's probably got a decal kit on it. 10:88, 115 miles an hour for Bill Barnes. 11:70, 100 miles an hour. For TJ Lee. Dodge Dart, paired up with the old Cutlass. Cutlass digging hard, 173 short time. Coil spring rear end, taking on the leaf spring Dart. The Dart with an 11:25, 119 miles an hour, 11:62, 116 for the Cutlass. Absolutely stunning Pontiac Grand Prix. This is Mark Cicino. Mark proud to say that he has got General Motors Highline Monte Carlo engine in the car. That's right, folks. He upgraded from the Malibu engine and put the Monte Carlo motor in. Cicino purging the nitrous in the Coca-Cola lane. Over in the Summit lane. Little Chevy Nova. Big wheels up launch for Cicino. And Doug Flynn in the Nova, making his way down track over here in the Summit lane. Look at Cicino, 9:78, 134 miles an hour. Good run for him. Yesterday he ran his average was a 9:83. He ran a 9:75 yesterday, so staying pretty close to what he's been running all week long. Here's Sean Fink in his 63 Chevy 2 station wagon. Averaging an 8:25 thus far. His best shot all week was yesterday up at Gateway. He ran an 8:11. Picked up a couple of tenths over the previous 2 days. Let's see if he can put some more to the ground here today. So Fink going to get a solo pass here, going to wind it up, turn it loose, and away he goes. In the groove all the way down the track. Fink shuts off the timers with an 8:11, 171 miles an hour. A really nice pass for him. So an 8:11 yesterday, an 8:11 today, and he is creeping up.
Dan Dodds runs through with his Chevelle at 11:71, 115 miles an hour. Very nice pass for him. Loving the old coupe, running in the gasser class. This is Steve Fox. And his gasser. And Tom Franks in the Mustang. Franks goes through with a 12:09, 118 miles an hour, 13:87, 94 miles an hour. We're there for the coupe. Buick Grand Sport, 455 cubic inches of stage 1 headed machine right here. A torque monster. Coming up in the left lane. This is Steve Lyon. Lyon's off and running. Here comes the Mustang. This is John Wishman. The street race small block power adder goes 9:17. He is your current class leader, but well off his established pace. Oh man, a little bit of smoke at the big end there too. As he shuts it down. These engines starting to show a little wear towards the end of the week. Continuing to smoke as he turns off at the big end. You'll want to take a look at that. Get it back here to the pits and see what he can do with it. Well, I was talking with Mike Holscher yesterday. I pulled into the parking lot over at the hotel. Holscher drives this 67 Plymouth Satellite. He said it's the slowest Mopar in the field. Beautiful car though. 383 automatic. He's paired up with Kevin Prakash in the 1980 Malibu. Prakash currently 6th place in street racing small block power at it. And Prakash right down the middle. Put together a pretty good pass here. 973, 139 miles an hour. A little slower than his average of 960, but a good pass nonetheless. Here's Larry Warfala. Larry driving his 1953 Lincoln in our street race big block naturally aspirated category. He's paired up with the Corvette. Corvette driven by Richard Blankenship. Goes 12:18, 115 miles an hour. No improvement for him. Currently 2nd place in your modified naturally aspirated category. Here is Ray Myers in his 67 Barracuda. And Rich Pedraza. Rich at the wheel of the bright yellow Mustang. Myers making another good pass, 1062 at 126. Right on his average. He's averaging 961.9. Excuse me, 1061.9. Goes at 1062 here. The Mustang. Oh man, lots of smoke out of the Mustang. Hang on, baby. 909, 151 miles an hour. You can't even see the tail of the car from the cloud of smoke as it's billowing in the distance. Wow. We'll talk about a big muscle car. Here it is. Pontiac Grand Prix. Randy Belohar. Currently second place in street race big block power adder. 10:49. Nice pass for him at 133 miles an hour. Here's Chris Henderson, his 59 Jag. He pulled into the parking lot here at the track this morning. It sounded like one of his brake calipers was grinding right into the rotor. Oh, man, what an ugly sound. Hopefully he's got that back together and running. Fred Cullen in the bright yellow coupe. 1940 Chevrolet. And the Jaguar making its way down track, competing with the big boys this week in the unlimited category. Goes 1166 at 120 miles an hour. 1380 for Cullen at 98 miles an hour. Pontiac GTO coming up in the left lane. That's Richard Guido. Richard trying to improve on his 10:58 average. The GTO runs through 1064, 130 miles an hour, 1098, 120 miles an hour. Here comes that Cobra Jet Mustang once again. Once again, we are running our class cars. For about an hour and a half, that'll be till about 10 o'clock, and then we're going to bring out our daily drivers. Approximately 200 cars still remaining in competition here for Dragway Legend 2013. 1073, 123, good run for the Cobra Jet. 1088, 124 here in the right lane. And here's the Mustang yesterday that smacked the wall, actually smacked both walls at Gateway. This is Bob Guido, all the way in from Canada after hitting both walls. Went to the salvage yard, got some wheels to fix the bent ones he had on the front, pulled the fenders out, and said, hey man, we're going to continue on Dragway. The pickup truck makes his way down track, 1021 and 131. And Guido, limping along, goes 1490 at 102 miles an hour. There's Dan Dodds out of Topeka, Kansas, the bright red 1965 Chevelle. Running a street race small block naturally aspirated, big block naturally aspirated, goes 1116, 118 miles an hour. 1233 at 72 miles an hour in the Summit lane. Here's your current leader in street race, small block power adder. This is John Wishman in his 95 Mustang, the red car that you see here in the left lane. He's paired up with Dave Dissinger in his Chevy Monza. Both these guys running in your street race small block power adder. And we're going to roll the safety truck out here for just a second. Take a look at the racetrack. Got a report there may be something on the racetrack they can go out and pick up. We'll be safe. So while we got just a moment here, I want to let everybody know that Hot Rod Magazine is proud to welcome back Rocket Brand Racing Fuel as the longest continuous sponsor of Drag Week. In addition to providing a prize to the overall winner of Drag Week, Rocket Brand will again provide a prize to the competitor who best exemplifies the spirit of Drag Week. Be sure to display those Rocket Brand decals to qualify. If you win one of those awards and you used Rocket Brand fuel, the prize will be doubled. So big thanks to Rocket Racing Fuels for helping us out here on Drag Week. The guys from Pep Boys Speed Shop are here to support you all week. Come check out their trailer full of tires, performance, and repair parts. If you've got a want or a need, their mobile speed shop is ready. Check your welcome packet for a full list of performance and repair parts on hand, plus a list of contact numbers. They'll be traveling the designated routes just to support you on Drag Week. Big thanks to Pep Boys. Well, I've got Tracy up here who brought us some interesting news. We have got a high school from Satellite High School down in Florida. Want to give them a big welcome. I guess they're tuned in live today. Their auto shop put together a car to run on Drag Week. Okay, the dad of a son that's in the auto shop class. I'm getting the whole story now from Tracy. It's always good to have the facts. But these guys, streaming audio back to their classroom. I want to say thanks to Satellite High School down in Florida. What city in Florida? Satellite Beach, Florida. I'm not familiar with that. Is that on the east or the west coast? All right, back to racing action. We're going to fire off here and get them rolling. Thank you, Tracy. And thanks to the folks at Satellite High School for tuning in live here at Drag Week 2013. Well, guys and gals, I'll tell you what. If you had a cane like this, I know you would be proud of it, and you would probably be a little upset if you had misplaced it. Yesterday, in the tower, somebody left a cane, a really nice cane, and nobody came to claim it. So Keith Kirk was nice enough to pick it up and bring it with him, thinking, you know, it's got to be somebody who's racing with it. If you can come up and identify the cane that you might be missing, I have it here in the tower. John Wishman busted off at 877. About a tenth slower than his average. He'll be looking to come back and make an improvement there. Wheels up launch from Ed Schwartz. And the Nova runs through with the 1029, 130 miles an hour. The pickup truck, 923 at 149. Ralph Hoke driving his 68 Nova. In street race small block power adder, paired up with another street race small block power adder car, the El Camino. That's Jeff Oppenheim. The Nova gets there first with a 1072, 123, 1033, 132 miles an hour for the El Camino. 55 Chevy rolling up. Beautiful black and orange paint. The Barracuda. Ray Myers, 1062 for Myers. And again, right on his average. Car is deadly consistent. See some daily driver cars coming up now. The Mercury Cougar coming up in the Summit lane. The Pontiac over here in the Coca-Cola lane. Cougar ripping through the quarter mile, turns off the clocks with a 12:28, 109 miles an hour, 13:36 at 106. To the Pontiac in the Coca-Cola lane. Out of Topeka, Kansas, banging the gears with a small block. Naturally aspirated street race machine. This is Mike Crow. He's got 5 gears and a happy pedal. That's right, this car's got 3 pedals, and Mike knows how to drive it. Listen to this thing as it rips down the track. 1967 Dodge, 69 Dodge Dart. Absolutely banging the gears. Crow currently second place in his category. Goes 10:23, 133 miles an hour. Good pass for him. He'll be back around for another pass here shortly. Camaro in the other lane runs through with an 11:66 at 1:15. Here comes that Pontiac GTO once again. This is Richard Guido. His average is a 10:58, looking to improve on that. Mustang in the daily driver class gets out in front, but Guido rolls right by him with a 10:98 at 129, 12:93 at 103 for the Mustang. 69 Plymouth Roadrunner coming up. Excuse me, that's a 68 Roadrunner. .1184, 112 miles an hour. 68 Roadrunner, only 2 engine options available in that particular year. Had your base 383 and then your Highline 426 Hemi. I don't think that one has got the Hemi in it. Here comes Mike Roy in his big bad Monte Carlo. Mike, your current leader in our Pro Street Power Adder category. And this is a very, very hot battle between him and Dave Henniger. So Mike looking to pad his average just a little bit and would really like to see a 7-second pass on this run. He ran a 786 in Indy on Tuesday, but has been in the 8s Monday and yesterday. So keep an eye on this big old Monte Carlo. Mike Roy getting ready to get it done. Wheels up, launch for Roy. He's out of the groove. Drifted towards the center line, got it back into the groove, and he's pounding it out now. 791, 180 miles an hour for Mike Roy. Yeah, on a hot, humid day here in Memphis, he gets into the 7s once again. Good run for Mike Roy. Man, that is a lot of cars. Get moving into the 7s. Daily driver 68 Dart coming up in the left lane. And James Bailey in your street race small block power adder category. James is just a tick out of the lead. Winston currently leading the category. Bailey trying to put some hurt on him. 885, 156 miles an hour. No improvement there for Bailey. Looking for a little more performance. Kind of wagged the tail there just a little bit as he was making his way down track, got out of the groove, and that may have had something to do with that ET. Here's Dave Henninger. Dave nipping at the heels of Mike Roy here in Pro Street Power Adder with his bright orange Chevy Camaro. Hazes the tires, lifts, gets back in it. And Henninger, after all the pedaling, goes 882 and 172. Now, the car got out about 60 feet and was looking pretty good. Engine got into the power band and it just struck the tires. I mean, just really hazed them. He lifted, got back into the groove, and ran it out the back door. Here's Keith Harrison in his 1955 Chevy Gasser, the bright white machine you see. Love the fender well exit header. It's got a great stance to it. In the hot rod category, here's Bob Larson driving his 38 Dodge Coupe. This is a cool car. And the 56 Chevy, right down the middle of the groove. Then in the daily driver category, turns off the timers with an 1153, 115 miles an hour. And the little coupe of Larson, 1583 at 71 miles an hour. And the 55 Chevy Gasser, rolling way out over the starting line with a monster burnout. This is Dan Chisholm of the Chisholm and Stasiak Gasser team, currently leading the Gasser category with a 1061 average. Got to chat with Dan last night. They threw this car together in about 8 months. Stasiak has built the motor for him, and actually that is his engine and transmission in the car. So he's been along for the ride, tuning and tweaking, and they go 1050. Nice pass for them. And that will improve their average. Beautiful Plymouth Barracuda coming up in the left lane. Running in the daily driver category in that Pontiac Grand Prix. 2 tons of fun. Here in the right lane. It's Randy Bellahar. Bellahar looking to improve on a 1019 average, and he does. Goes 1009 at 134. Great pass for him. Another 68 Plymouth Roadrunner rolling up to the beams. The daily driver category. Paired up with the Chevy Nova. Nova gets there first with an 1117 at 121 miles an hour. 1149, 109 in the left leg. There's Dan Wilcox. Dan rolling up in his purple pickup. Frank Romano in the 55 Chevy. Listen to this Chevy sing. Romano runs through with a 11:19, 124 miles an hour. He's currently setting in 6th place in her street race big block naturally aspirated category. Here's Glenn Hunter in his 56 Chevy. You see him in the Coca-Cola lane. And Hunter straight down the middle. Car looking real good. Turns off the timers with an 8:57. No improvement on his average with that, as he's currently with an 8:49 average. It's your late model daily driver Corvette paired up with your Super Street big block naturally aspirated 69 Camaro. This is Brent Bowman, currently 2nd place in the category. Looking to improve on his 984 average. Bowman rolls through with a 976. Great run for him at 140 miles an hour. Daily driver GTO in the left lane. Super Street power at her. Mercury Capri coming up in the Coca-Cola lane. Look at this thing fly. John Puckett goes 10:21 and improves on his average by 0.3 of a second. So he found something overnight. Helped him out a bunch. So Puckett with a really nice run right there. Jeremy Heiser driving the 91 Pontiac GTA, the dark green machine that you see over here in the right lane. Set up for street race small block power adder. See how Jeremy does here. Guess he's good looking a little too. Jeremy yanks the left front wheel off the ground and is right in the middle of the groove. Pulls it all the way out the back door, 10:03. Good run for him. In your street race, small block naturally aspirated category, we bring up Dane Weiler. Weiler at the wheel of his 67 Chevelle. Currently averaging an 11:27. Can he do better? And the Chevelle running out the back door with an 11:21, 119 miles an hour, 1094, 98 miles an hour for the Camaro, and a big purge of nitrous coming out of the Trans Am you see down here in the right lane. Running on the happy gas. Paired up with the Fairlane. Fairlane with the wheels up on the launch. Running through the gears, they're side by side at half track. That's actually a pretty good pair right there. 1171 at 114 for the Pontiac, 1172 at 115 for the Fairlane. Big old Plymouth. Coming to the line here, a street race of big block. Mike Holger and Scott Kleppinger in the Mustang. Scott running in the unlimited class goes 1086. Good run for him. Unlimited in a Fox body. That's kind of cool. 69 Plymouth Roadrunner coming up here in the right lane. 55 Chevy Gasser. That has got to be a handful to drive. Front end sitting in the air like a monster truck. How'd you like to drive that in a crosswind on the highway? I mean, the thing is the aerodynamic equivalent of a filing cabinet. Wouldn't much to blow it over in a stiff breeze. The Roadrunner going to get there first with an 1193, 112 miles an hour, 1159, 117 for the 55 Chevy. Here's George Gallimore, Super Street Power Adder, 1970 Chevy Monte Carlo. George's best pass of the event has been an 8:10. Currently averaging an 8:31. Something in the 18s would be about right. How about an 8:29? At 177. Guys and gals, don't forget we do have hot rod t-shirts, hot rod hats, and hot rod banners. All on sale at the Hot Rod Trailer. That's right, folks, over there at the Toter Home, where Hot Rod's got all their stuff set up, you can get yourself a brand new 2013 Hot Rod t-shirt celebrating Drag Week. They've also got last year's shirts on sale. The Torture Tour 2012 on sale, only $10. That's right, folks. Heck, you can't go to Walmart and buy a nice quality shirt for $10. You can get one right here at Memphis International Raceway. Just head on over there to the Hot Rod Toter Home. And they've got them on display over there. They've also got the big Hot Rod banners, the Drag Week banners. You can buy those and have all your friends sign them and let them know you were here. Take it home and display it on your garage wall with pride. They do have those over there at the Hot Rod Toter Home. A little Eagle Talon, right in our daily driver category. The problems at the big end is he slows way down to a 1349 at only 84 miles an hour. NOS is proud to be the official nitro system of Drag Week. Be sure to use your coupon to get one free bottle fill-up for this week's compliments of NOS. And be sure to discuss your setup with NOS technical representative Monty Smith this week. Monty is a racer himself, a chassis expert as well, and is one of the world's foremost experts in nitrous tuning. Monty will be cruising the pits, looking to assist you with your setup. Compliments of NOS, the undisputed leader in nitrous. Oh, if I can have the attention of the racer too for just a moment as these cars get down track. Good look at Mustang. Making this way down track. Oh, James Bailey in your street race small block power adder class. Turned off the timers with an 873. Help out his average just a little bit. And another street race small block power adder machine, the Chevy Monza, coming up in the right lane. Man, that is a big category. This is Dave Dissinger in the Monza. Oh, Dave's blowing a lot of black smoke. went dead rich on that right bank. 10:41, 125 miles an hour for Dissinger. Well, racers, if I can have your attention while I have just a real quick, quiet moment here. Pick up your time slip at the shed on the left as you come down the return road. Once again, the shed on the left is where you can pick up your time slip. Here's Mike Crow out of Topeka, Kansas, driving his 1969 Dodge Dart. Street race, small block, naturally aspirated in the right lane. Taking on the 1970 AAR Barracuda in the left lane. That's Randy Heinzelman. So a pair of Mopars ready to show what they've got here. Throw with the 5-speed G-force transmission. Banging the gear. Shifting like he's angry. 10:22 at 133 for Crow. Tom Bailey and Dennis Turgis. Tom Bailey and Dennis Turgis, you have packages. They have been delivered to the Hot Rod Toter Home. Once again, Dennis Turgis and Tom Bailey, you have packages at the Hot Rod Toter Home. 917, 147 in the right lane. Nice pass. A Ford Explorer coming up here in the right lane. Bunch of daily driver cars starting to filter in now. Interested to see what these Explorers will do. I know back in Kansas, where I'm from, the State Highway Patrol uses these things. So let's see just how quick they are. Well, ladies and gentlemen, once again, welcome to the Thursday edition of Hot Rod Magazine's Drag Week 2013. I'm your host for the day's festivities. My name is Ron Ward, filling in for Brian Loans, who had to head back to the Northeast. He had a commitment with the NHRA, I understand that. Came down to help out with Hot Rod Magazine. First generation Chevy Camaro, taking his way down track, taking on the Pontiac Firebird. Firebird goes 11:13, 122 miles an hour, 11:78 and 113 for the Camaro. Here's your current points leader, right. Your current class leader in street race, big block power adder. This is Mike Burrows in his 71 Chevy Nova with a bright orange machine. Look for a low 10-second blast here. Burrows rocks it through with a 10:24, 133 miles an hour. The pickup truck rolls through with a 15:77 at 88 in the left lane. Hey, everybody, can I have you do me a favor? Can you look at your wrist? Everybody, look at your wrist. If you don't have one of these yellowish green armbands on your wrist, you cannot be past the gate down here at the starting line. If you're on the wall down there and you do not have a green armband on, We need to have you back here behind the gate, please. Everybody's looking at their cell phones instead of their wrists. Once again, if you do not have one of these green wristbands on, I need to have you behind the gate, please. Here's Mike Myers. Mike currently leading daily driver with his Chevy Corvair. You're like, how is that possible? It's called LS power, baby. 1088, 129. And Mike with a nice pass there. He's actually had to slow the car down to keep it in daily driver. Continuing with daily driver time trials. At the Plymouth Sundance, or was that a Dodge Shadow? Four-cylinder, lined up against the Fox Body Mustang. The Mustang with the flashes going. That always improves the EC. Let them know you're coming. 1023, excuse me, 1234. Where did I see that? At 114 miles an hour. 1273 at 105. For the Mustang. The Dodge Omni. This one sounds serious. And the Omni blasts through with an 11:58, 117 miles an hour. Nice pass for him. Hey, guys and gals down here, if you're in the restricted area, if you're actually out here between the tower and the starting line and you do not have a wristband, I'm going to have to ask you to leave or we will have you escorted out. They've got some insurance clauses they got to pay attention to. So if you do not have a wristband, raise your hands up. If you don't have a wristband, I need to have you back away from the starting line, please. I need to have you back under the tower, behind the tower, on the other side of the fence if you do not have a wristband. 68 Roadrunner. Rolling through in the right lane, goes 1185, 101 miles an hour. 1357, a 103 in the Summit lane. Here's Matt Brame out of Topeka. 1968 Chevelle. I always loved the 68 Chevelles. 69s, the taillights were just a little bigger for my liking, but not that I ever see any of them from the front seat of my Roadrunner. They usually saw mine. Chevelle off and running, paired up with the GTO. The LS Power GTO really putting the show on over there in the left lane. Big puff of smoke as he misses the gear. 12 flat at 108 for the Chevelle. Little Buick Skylark rolling up. The 67 Chevy Chevelle. Dane Weiler of the Chevelle. Looking to improve on his 11:27 average. Weiler runs through with an 11:15, and he did exactly that. Nice run for Weiler. Pickup truck. Orange and white machine making its way down track. paired up with the Chevy Corvette. The Corvette stretching his legs out, turns off the clocks with an 11:14, a 1:17. 12:29, a 1:10 for the pickup. Plymouth two-door coupe. I think it was a two-door sedan. Got this frame around the window. Hey, if you've got nitrous, or you're having trouble controlling all that additional power, then you need an NOS launcher. The launcher is the best progressive nitrous controller available, period. The launcher allows you to pull nitrous in or out at any point during your run and allows you to control your nitrous based on time, RPM, or boost. Get an NOS launcher and tell the weather and the changing track conditions. Bring it on. Chevy Nova having some difficulty getting down the track. Man, that was ugly coming off the line. Gets it straightened out. He goes an 1180 at 117 miles an hour. That wiggled all over the place. Here's Mark Shank coming up in his Chevy Corvette. Met Mark in the parking lot last night, and he wanted me to tell everybody that he has a little bit of a sad story and a really good story to tell. 8 months ago, he lost his son Wes. As Wes passed away and was unable to help his dad complete the car, but they worked on this as a father-son project for the last couple of years. And Mark has been able to bring this thing out here and race it in his son's memory and in his honor. Got a little choked up about it, rightfully so, I understand that, but he's very, very proud to be Wes's dad, and hopefully Wes is riding shotgun with him today as he drives that beautiful Chevy Corvette in the right lane. 11:14, 124 miles an hour. The 55 Chevy gets there with an 1167, 117 miles an hour. Lots of daily drivers coming up. I believe that's a Dodge Aries. .1407, 100 miles an hour for the little Chrysler K car. 1374, 91 miles an hour for the Eagle Talon. More daily driver action coming at you here. Oh, we've only seen one pass down the racetrack for old Slimbo. Wonder where Mark Massino is. Lots of these guys making 2 and 3 passes already. The first gen Camaro trickling a little bit of fuel out onto the racetrack out of the gas cap. That gets expensive. 1153, 118 miles an hour here in the right lane. 1173, 113 for the Camaro. Here's David Burke in his 79 Pontiac Le Mans. He's paired up with the Aussies. This is John, and John, I'm going to butcher your last name. Barone driving his 72 Valiant. This thing is right-hand drive, and no, it's not a postal Jeep. He's not delivering the mail here. He may be hauling the mail. We'll see how he runs. Still trying to get everything figured out with the car. Having some issues over the last couple days. Just barely getting the car down the racetrack. We'll see how it goes here. Here comes Perone, blazing the tires. Drifting towards the wall, gets it back towards the center of the groove, and goes 907 at 161. The only time that car was actually in the groove was right at the hit, and then it drifted towards the wall and stayed on the right side there all the way down the track. There's some more in that car, a lot more. Here's Dusty Ward, currently leading the Super 3 small block category in his Mustang. Averaging 1067 so far. He runs a 1074, 126. 1156, 116 there in the right lane. Beautiful 55 Chevy coming up here. That's Frank Romano. Currently number 6 in street race big block naturally aspirated. He's paired up with Ralph Hoke in the Nova. Popping and banging in the 55 Chevy. He's off the line and going. Drifting out of the groove ever so slightly. Hoke gets there first with the Nova, 1038, 129, 1118, 123 for the 55 Chevy. Here's Steve Fagan, Chevy S10 Blazer, running in Pro Street Power at it. Yes, it is a Blazer. Watch this thing launch. Fagan gets out of the groove and back in. Got things tidied up. He's going to run it out the back door. 1061, 130 miles an hour. Chevy Monte Carlo pulling up in the right lane. A Ford Mustang in the left lane. A couple of daily driver competitors. Speaking of daily driver, taking the top 32. You got to qualify in the top 32 for daily drivers. And thus far, you've got to run an 1194 or quicker to be in the field. Your average actually has to be an 1194 or quicker to be in the field in daily driver. So we're going to have an all 11 seconds, or I should say all 11 seconds. There won't be any 12-second qualifiers in daily driver. That's a quick field, folks. 32 cars averaging quicker than 12 seconds. More daily driver action coming at you. The Mustang in the left lane, Camaro in the right lane. Camaro's going to make it there first. He trips the timers with a 1401, 94 miles an hour, 1520 at 93 miles an hour for the Mustang. The old boxy Plymouth coming up, 67. And the swoopy Chevy Corvette over here in the right lane. Corvette runs through with an 1147 at 116 miles an hour. Sean Abner at the wheel of the Vet. I've always wanted to do this. I've always wanted to put a Dodge Colt on the drag strip. 11:55 for the Camaro, and the Dodge Colt goes 12:95 at 1:09. Well, folks, I've got an announcement to make here. Those of you in the stands who have a yellow Nissan Frontier pickup truck, raise your hand. Who's got a yellow Nissan pickup truck? Hey, there's one guy raising his hand. You left your lights on in the parking lot, bud. I don't want you to have a dead battery, so head on back. Turn off your headlights. Once again, a yellow Nissan Frontier pickup truck. You left your lights on in the parking lot. You don't want to go back to a dead battery. Pontiac GTO ripping up the track. Gets there with a 1090 at 129. 12:57 at 1:05 for the Oldsmobile in the left lane. Brent Bowman in the Camaro goes 9:76. Good run for him. Actually, his best run all week right there, and you got to see it here in Memphis. So he got a handle on the car. Chevy Nova up alongside the Oldsmobile, the 442. The Oldsmobile banging the gear. The 442 runs through with a 1361 at 105, 1487 at 98 miles an hour for the Nova. Pontiac Trans Am, Chevy Camaro. Trans Am in the left lane, Camaro over here in the right lane. Camaro stepping it off, actually hits the brakes at the big end, 1137, 100 miles an hour. 66 Chevy coming up, beautiful Impala in the right lane, taking on the pickup truck in the left lane. Oh, check out the Buick. Beautiful GSX. Runs through with a 1090 at 123 miles an hour. And folks, that is a quick daily driver. That's David Paschal. And that thing is getting it done. Speaking of Buick, here comes another one. This is Steve Lyon driving his 72 Grand Sport. Ford Mustang paired up with the Chevy Corvette. Well, this Corvette is definitely getting his money's worth today. Take a pass after pass. 11:71, 113 miles an hour for the vet, 12:39 at 109 for the Mustang, and it's time to go farming, ladies and gentlemen. The John Deere Green Machine. The green Chevy pickup truck taking on the Dodge Colt. The truck hauling down there real well. 12:54, 105 for the pickup, 12:93 and 107 for the Dodge Colt. Hey guys and gals, I need some help, all you fellow racers. As you were leaving St. Louis yesterday, if you happen to have found a 3-layer black racing jacket, the owner of that jacket has came up to say, hey, I sure hope somebody brought it with them. I need it today. So if you've got it, bring it up here to the tower and I'll make sure it gets to its rightful owner. You can't miss it. It's big and it's black. And if you happen to have an extra jacket, that jacket that you picked up from St. Louis, I sure would appreciate you bringing it up here. Or if you don't want to make the trip all the way up to the tower, you can go to the Millington, also known as Jimbo. He's the guy that drives that Monte Carlo powered Pontiac. But if you've got that black jacket, we sure would appreciate it if you bring it back. Thank you, folks. Now, this just in. Tomorrow, we will be racing from 9 o'clock in the morning until 2 o'clock in the afternoon at Bowling Green. You actually get to sleep in tomorrow, folks. From 9 to 2 tomorrow. Don't forget, we're going to take our quick 32 in our daily driver category, and you guys will be running off at the end of the day in a bracket race format. Great looking pair of cars here, the Mercury Cougar and the 55 Chevy, and that Cougar is getting it done. Greg Mate blasts through with a 10:23. The Chevy with an 11:11. $10.99, $123 for the Camaro. Everybody knows that nitrous is the world's best power adder, and everybody knows that NOS is the #1 nitrous system. NOS offers the most complete line of systems for street or race vehicles. When you're looking for throttle in a bottle, go with NOS, the leader in nitrous technology. Hey guys and gals, we've got a racer in need. Anybody who's got a spare Detroit locker or an extra Detroit locker laying around, or if you know somebody here local who's got one who'd be willing to part with it, we have a racer in need. Come up here to the tower, talk with me, or you can stop on by, you've seen the bright red Ford Torino, the Starsky and Hutch Torino. They need a hand, they need a Detroit locker. If you've got one, please get a hold of them. And they'd be much, much obliged. Well, something came off the pickup truck on that pass. We're going to run down and grab it off the racetrack. A big hunk of something. I don't know what it was. And in all my experience at racetracks, there's only three things basically that can get on the racetrack. Gack, of course, which is any of your liquid stuff. Then you've got chunks, which are like the big things he just picked up. And then you've got particulates, which require a broom. So thankfully, no gack and no particulates. We just had a chunk. We got it picked up. We're back to racing action. Great looking Chevy Nova wagon here. This is Rick Prospero. Rick currently has a 799 average in our Super Street Power Adder category. Leading the field by a pretty hefty margin. Uh-oh. Problems for Prospero. Hopefully he can get that put back together and continue. Because if this is his ET for the day, it's really going to hurt his average. And I know George Gallimore and Shane McClellan are licking their chops. And Prospero just barely pulls around the corner down there. He may think he's got something broken or leaking. I don't know. He's going to try and get it back to his pits. He's going to need all hands on deck to take care of that car. Here comes that little Dodge Colt once again in the left lane. Paired up with the Chevy Nova here in the right lane. More of your daily driver slick tire cars. Guys and gals, if you're not in the stands yet, you'll want to get there. Tom Bailey's in the house. He's actually in the water box, looking to make another 6-second pass. Bailey did it Monday when he was in Bowling Green. He clicked off a 6-second pass at Indianapolis on a very, very great racing surface. He clicked off a 6-second pass yesterday and closed the day out at Gateway. And he's up for his first pass of the day here in Memphis. Can he go 4 days in a row in the 6-second zone? Bailey has been in impound this morning. He's been over here at the base of the tower, separated from the general population. They've got him in isolation. They got him in lockdown, what they call, almost like put him in timeout, right? Basically, he can receive no help from anybody else, has to work on his car himself with the tools that he can carry in the trunk. Uh-oh, problems for Tom Bailey as he brings it to the starting line and the motor shuts off. They push him back. Well, you know Tom wants a time slip here today. He's got to have one, so whatever it takes to get down the track, he will get it done. We'll see him back here in a little bit. The quickest car on the premises so far, but it's all for naught if he can't make a pass today. He's averaging a 680, folks. All 3 days, he's been over 210 miles an hour. That car can get it done. Beautiful Dodge Challenger coming up in the daily driver category. You see him in the left lane. The E-body Mopar digging in. Having some difficulty. 1496 is 79 miles an hour. So if you folks want to see what's going on, you can come on down here to the impound area, just to the right of the base of the tower, and check out Tom Bailey's machine and watch him thrash on it. That's right, he is going to thrash on this car because he's got to get it ready. He's got to make a pass with it today, or this whole week is gone for naught. Triumph TR6. Gotta love this. This is Ed Olson running in the unlimited category with this little itty-bitty British sports car. You know, my first car was almost a TR6, and I got a VW instead. I do like this body style. Look at him go. The little roadster making his way down track, runs through with a 932 at 145 miles an hour. Good run for Olson. Right in line with his average there. Everybody's attention turned underneath the tower. I can't see who's under there. Who could it be? Hear the car roar to life. Little Chevy pickup truck coming up in the right lane. Like the truck going to make a solo shot here. I want to remind everybody, Rocket Brand is our official fuel supplier, and they've got fuel available at Beach Bend tomorrow. So if you want some Rocket Racing fuel, you can pick it up. If you win the overall award or the Spirit Award, Rocket Brand will double the prize if you won using their fuel. Travis Gilpin coming up in the water body. Right after this truck runs through with an 1166 at 113, Gilpin currently leading your modified power category. And he's paired up with Bryant Goldstone, who's currently second place in modified power attic. So Gilpin in the black Camaro, Bryant in the silver Chevelle. This should be a great one as number 1 and number 2 duking it out here. Gilpin currently averaging a 791, and Goldstone with an 837 average. So Goldstone in the left lane, Gilpin in the right lane, got that great big fender well exit for the exhaust. Hang on, baby, here we go. Gilpin off and running. Goldstone backed off the start. Wow! Gilpin all over the place. The car left the line, started inching to the right, got out of the groove, and then just blew the tires off. And Goldstone going to back out of here. Problems with the Chevelle. Hopefully nothing terminal to the car. They'll get him backed off and out of here, and we'll bring up our next pair. So Gilpin with a somewhat ugly run, but he did get down the track, so he will continue. He's at least got a time slip to turn in. Goldstone not able to do it. Here's Lewis Martin driving his 72 Chevelle, purging the nitrous in the bright orange machine, averaging an 11:19 in our street race big block power adder category. Oh, look at the fuel coming out. We got to clean up on aisle 1 here. Somebody left the gas cap off. 1064, 127. And my guess is there's probably about $20 worth of rocket racing fuel on the track right there. Ouch. The nice thing about it is it evaporates almost immediately. We can get right back to racing as soon as we run a mop over the top of it. In the meanwhile, we're going to rock this Fox body convertible down the right lane. That's Clayton Hartman. He's currently in 6th place in Super Street Power Adder with his drop-top Fox body. Paired up with a 1961 Chevy in the left lane. Well, Chevy running in our daily driver category. Clayton having a hard time on the starting line, just trying to get the little Mustang down the track. 11:24, 135. And a little bit of smoke on the big end, so he may have a wounded car there. Two more daily drivers coming at you. That 66 Chevy Impala. A little Dodge Colt once again. On problems for the Chevy. The stalls coming off the line. 4-speed car, banging the gears. 1281 at 109 miles an hour for the Colt. After the Chevy gets refired, he goes 1496 at 104 miles an hour. Here's Rick Anderson driving his 79 Mustang, little tan machine, yanking the left front wheel high in the air. In your street race small block power adder category, he makes a nice run, goes 927. Great run for Anderson, as that's 3/10 under his average. That's really going to help him out, and may even move him past Chris Fisher in the 3rd place. So things could get a little crazy here. Here's Prospero coming up again in that Chevy Nova. Little wagon. Running in our Super Street Power Adder category. Here it comes. Oh man, look at Prospero. Front wheel's just dangling. And he shuts it down early. Turns it off with a 909 at only 116 miles an hour. The car was really setting back on the back tires, and the front tires just kind of dangling in the air, and he set it down. Turned it off. Here's Tom Hogshead driving his Chevy Nova, having some difficulties just limping it through, trying to get a pass in today in our street race big block naturally aspirated category. Meanwhile, Pontiac runs through on the left lane with a 14:36 at 99 miles an hour. Dave Henninger driving his orange Camaro down here in the left lane. Currently second place, and not by much. Just out of first place by less than a tenth of a second in our Pro Street Power Adder category. He would like to run in the 8.0s here and try and keep up with Mike Roy. Actually, he'd like to get into the 7s. Actually turned to 7 in Bowling Green earlier this week with a 780. The car's got it in it. The track has come around. Let's see what he's got here. Henninger unleashes the Camaro as he got a 7-second run in it. He's really pulling on the big end. 8:55 and 175. Fell off the pace a little bit. Was a little soft on the starting line. And the Honda Civic going up in the right lane in our daily driver category, paired up with the guys from down under, driving the Falcon in our Pro Street Power Adder category. This is John Ferrone. Right-hand drive. This is one of the bad Mopars out of Australia. Listen to this thing spool up. Here we go. This time he got a hold of the racetrack. Running it out the back door. 870 at 160 miles an hour. Good pass for him here today in Memphis. Here's Don excuse me. Is Don driving or is Doug driving? Anyway, McGinnis driving the Dodge Challenger. Ford Explorer in the right lane. I'd love to have one of these new Challengers. Beautiful looking machines. Tell you, the big three are back into the muscle car battle with the Challenger, the Camaro, and the Mustang. All three of them, great looking vehicles, but I'm a Mopar guy at heart, so man, that one really tugs on my heartstrings. Great looking car there. Chevy Corvair station wagon coming up. The Corvair getting it done with V8 power. Legging it out the back door. He turns off the timers with a 1294, 106 miles an hour. And the Ford Crown Vic. The Chevy Camaro paired up here. First generation Camaro off the line and having issues at half track, falling way off the pace. Crown Vic legs it out, stops the clocks with a 14:58 at 98 miles an hour, 15:92 at 82 miles an hour for the Camaro. Well, ladies and gentlemen, welcome to Memphis International Raceway and this day 4 of Drag Week 2013, brought to you by Hot Rod Magazine. We also want to give a big shout out to gear vendors. Hot Rod Magazine. Hey, are you a hardcore racer? A weekend street warrior? An off-road enthusiast? Well, Pep Boys Speed Shop has you covered with thousands of performance and off-road parts. Don't wait for mail order to arrive. Check out the thousands of in-stock speed, performance, and off-road parts, all the brands you want, to keep you going at Pep Boys. High boy, off the line in a hurry. .1261, 110 miles an hour for the hot rod. And the Camaro pulls through with a 1759 at 81 miles an hour. Full-size Chevy pickup truck pulling to the line. What do you think that weighs? 5,500, 6,000 pounds? That's a lot of truck. Out here having fun, enjoying Drag Week. Camaro runs through with a 1302 at 110 miles an hour. And brought to you by Mother Mopar, here comes the Plymouth with the natural patina. Rolling up in the right lane, paired up with the Mercury Cougar in the left lane. And the Plymouth getting lots of torque to the wheel, twisting that body up. He crosses the stripe with an 1149, 117 miles an hour. Beautiful Ford Maverick here. Always liked that body style. Pontiac GTO in the right lane. The GTO getting out, stretching his legs, winding up that LS engine. 1176, 115 miles an hour for the Poncho. 1255, 111 miles an hour for the Maverick. 1970 Roadrunner coming up here in the right lane. Hey, you guys who've got that Starsky and Hutch Torino looking for the Detroit locker, there's a gentleman under the tower who says he can help you out. Once again, the gentleman who is looking for the Detroit locker, there's a fella here under the tower who says he can help you out. Another Ford Maverick. They're coming out in droves today. We're being invaded by Mavericks. Maverick making a good hard pass. 1422, 100 miles an hour. Camaro versus the late model Mustang. Camaro Camaro's going to get there first. Mustang out of the groove. 11:63.107 for the Camaro. 13:04.109 for the Mustang. That was John Gatliff in the Mustang. Dodge Charger rolling up. The Coke bottle Charger. 1972 vintage. That's a 73 Charger. This is Darren Gebhardt. Running in our street race big block power adder class. Man, look at that thing flex. Paired up with Mike Burrows in the Nova. Burrows currently leading your street race big block power adder class. Goes 9.96. Another 9-second blast for Burrows. And he is looking tough today. 38 coupe coming up here. Well, folks, you can hear it whine. That is the big bad boy, Dave Ahokas. It is 68 Chevy Camaro. The Maroon Machine currently nipping on the heels of Tom Bailey. Remember, Bailey was not able to make a pass earlier. He brought the car up to stage it and shut the motor off, and they had to push it off of the starting line. Dave Ahokas licking his chops saying, hey man, all I got to do is get down the track here and I can at least put a time slip into the scorekeeper's hand. So Ahokas ran as quick as a 6:83 so far this week. He did that at Bowling Green on Monday. Looking at another 6-second pass to his collection and drop his average even further. He's wanting to put the pressure on Tom Bailey here. Ahokas, pre-staged. He's going to spool it up, drop the hammer, and he's off. And Ahokas right down the middle of the groove. Great looking pass for Dave. 688, 204 miles an hour. Folks, put your hands together for Dave Ahokas. A great blast. Deep in the sixes. And he's got a handle on this Memphis racetrack today. He's got to be grinning ear to ear knowing that he has found the combination to get down this racetrack. Tom Bailey has not yet made a pass. In fact, he brought it up here, had issues, and had to take it back. Here's Dave Dissinger driving his Chevy Monza, running in street race small block power adder. Watch this thing come off the line. Oh yeah, digging in hard, getting it done. Dissinger right down Broadway, 1062, 129 miles an hour. That brings up the Mercury Cougar of Greg Mayton. Beautiful orange and black machine. Running in modified power adder. And look at the Buick launch. Mayton stops the clocks, 9:76 at 141. Good run for him. We'll bring up a couple more of our daily drivers. So, Dave Ahokas has made it down the racetrack. Tom Bailey attempted to and could not do it. And Bailey is currently thrashing on his car over here in the impound area. If you want to come over and check it out, you are more than welcome to. All eyes on Tom Bailey, as he could not get the car down the track. He's over here working on it right now in impound, just to the right of the base of the tower. Here's Mark Swank. Swank driving that Corvette hard. Turns off the clock with an 11:11 at 124. And the pickup truck rolls through with a 1584 at 78 miles an hour. Dodge Colt coming through here in the right lane. And the Chevy Camaro getting primed in the left lane. This is your current class leader in modified power adder. This is Travis Dilpin. You remember Dilpin had troubles getting down the track on his last pass. We'll see if he got that straightened out. .791, his average in that black Camaro. Dilpin pedaling the car down the track. 842 at 175. Chevy Camaro inching his way down track. A little bit of smoke coming out. Taking it nice and easy. Just trying to get an ET slip in hand. I fully understand that. Live to fight another day. 15:01 at 92 miles an hour. The Pontiac GTO coming up here in the right lane. Participating in our street race big block naturally aspirated category. This is Richard Guido making pass after pass after pass today. I have not seen Kurt Johnson, the current class leader, come out yet, although I may have missed him earlier. So the Chevy pickup in the Summit lane, Pontiac GTO here in the right lane. Guido making another hit with his GTO Tiger. .1109, 130 miles an hour for the GTO. Here's Doug McGinnis. McGinnis at the wheel of his Dodge Challenger. And Shane McClellan in the 62 Chevy. The Little Deuce, currently averaging 883 for the week, is in third place in Super Street Power Adder. Little bitty car. Woo! Look at the wheels up on this thing. Ladies and gentlemen, is the track hooking? Oh yeah, it is definitely hooking. And the Nova crosses the timers with an 876, 156 miles an hour. Oh, folks, give it up for Shane McClellan riding the bumper to half track before he sat down. What a great pass by McClellan. Oh, man. Paul Cartwright just commented, that was a nice wheel thing. He did. He brought that up and just rode it and rode it and rode it. He didn't slam back down. Was able to drive it out the back door. What a great pass for McClellan. That'll be on the highlight reel for sure. Hey, we want to thank Motor Trend for putting this on YouTube, broadcasted live worldwide on the web, thanks to Motor Trend. Here's Bryant Goldstone. Bryant's going to get down the track this time. Beautiful 70 Chevelle. Charging out the back door, drops the laundry and runs an 833 at 169 miles an hour. Picks up 400ths on his average there. And how's this? Check this out. Basically what you have is a top dragster combination stuffed into the bed of a Chevy S10 pickup truck. You've got to check it out. It's got a tilt body on the back of it to access the engine and tranny. Actually, a tilt bed. And then a standard, actually extended cab Chevy S10 pickup from there forward. This is Nick Pluniak having issues with the S10. Tom Bailey back to make a pass. Remember the last time he brought this thing to the starting line, it lost fire and they had to push him off the starting line. Bailey's quickest pass this week was a 670 at Indianapolis. Ran over 213 miles an hour. It was hot in Indy, but they didn't have this humidity. We'll see how he does. Bailey with a little bit of tire spin, a lot of tire spin. Runs it out the back door, a 707 at 206. He gets it down the track, but it was not his best run. A 707 at 206. And that's going to tighten things up between him and Dave Ahokas, because Ahokas ran deep in the sixes with a 688 earlier today. And that's going to put their averages even closer together. And things are really, really shaping up for a barn burner tomorrow at Bowling Green. Back in the car out of the right lane. He was dumping fuel all over the place coming out of the cell, and the Camaro's going to make a solo shot here. Camaro way out of the groove. That's a comes the John Deere truck. That is a lot of green. Start up with the Oldsmobile Cutlass. Kind of a nice copper color. I like that. Oh, my feet are vibrating. Something's under the tire shaking it pretty hard. Oh, car wreck told me somebody ran up the stairs. Okay. A little highboy roadster. Paired up with the 66 Chevelle. Lots of daily drivers coming up now. The Chevelle torquing off the starting line. Finishes up with an 11:39, 115 miles an hour, 12:87 at 98 miles an hour. for the Roadster in the left lane. And the Honda, front wheel drive and all, banging through the gears. And that's like the smallest Honda they have here in the United States. Those things are itty bitty. You can put two of them in your pocket. 1286, 107 miles an hour. Dodge Challenger in the right lane. Chevy Camaro in the left lane. Watch this Challenger, 4-speed car. He'll be banging the gears if he can get a hold of it. Oh, misses third gear. Did not sound good. .1180, 99 miles an hour there in the left lane. Check out the little front-wheel drive Mopar. Paired up with the Monte Carlo and the Mopar. Puffing and puffing and getting it done. 1164, 115 miles an hour. That's Patrick Tolkien at the Dodge Shadow. Good running little car. Here comes the big sled. This is Doug Ray. Doug, a fellow Kansan, trying to get the car fired up, having some problems. Looks like it might be flooding on him. And the car is just not working with him here. There it roars to life. Clearing out the carburetor and blowing all the extra fuel out of the intake. We'll see how he goes. '57 Buick Special. He's getting ready to drop the hammer, and away he goes. Well, Mustang walking its way down track, turns off the clocks for the 1290 at 103. Keep in mind, in Daily Driver, the quickest 32 average cars are going to compete in a bracket race type format, open comp format actually, tomorrow for the Daily Driver Championship. The Plymouth Roadrunner taking on the Buick. You're going to have to average better than 1194 in order to get in the field in Daily Driver for that runoff tomorrow. Mike Crow, how are you, sir? I understand we've had some gags played amongst the folks last night, and somebody put a little sign on your door last night. Yeah, Mr. People. Well, Mike and Vicki Crow just poked their nose in up here into the tower just to say, hey, we'll see you in Bowling Green. We got our time in that we wanted to do, and we're going to go enjoy the rest of the afternoon on the highway. So, Mike and Vicki, I wish you well on the road, and if I happen to see you, I'll stop and help. All right, the boys from down under, driving their 72 Valiant. This is cool. Oh, and they absolutely blow the tires off. Gets back into the groove. Runs it out the back door with a 919 at 159 miles an hour. The Buick and the Pontiac. The Skylark in the left lane, the GTO in the right lane. Two very closely matched cars. Looks like the Buick's going to get there first with a 1088, a 120, 1177, a 115 for the late model GTO. All right, Chevelle in the right lane. Camaro in the left lane. Rocking down through the quarter mile here at Memphis International Raceway. Well, welcome everybody to Hot Rod Magazine's 2013 edition of Drag Week. We are broadcasting live via the interweb on YouTube, care of Motor Trend. I want to thank Motor Trend for stepping up and getting that done. Here comes Rick Prospero. Prospero again in that Chevy Nova. The little wagon, absolutely getting it done today. Super Street Power Adder, your current class leader, averaging 799. Watch him get a hold of this thing. Paired up with the pickup truck. Pickup's off and running. Prospero right in the groove. Look at that thing come up on the power band. My goodness. Prospero out the back door with an 801 at 181. Good pass for him. He was really soft on the starting line and still pulls an 801 at the big end. Chevy pickup truck. Going to make a solo shot here. Guys and gals, we're just about ready to do a little track prep here. We're going to do a little spraying, a little dragging. And get ready for our open qualifying session where we can run our daily drivers and our class cars as well. And we're going to open it up for our open session as soon as we get done with some track prep. For those of you who are not racing right now, if you're just enjoying the beautiful day here at Memphis International Raceway, Be a great time to stop on by the concession stand, or even better yet, stop by that Hot Rod Toter Home, as they've got some cool stuff over there. You can get your official Hot Rod 2013 Drag Week shirts. A little Buick Grand National lifting the left front wheel. 6 cylinders, turbocharged, out the back door, 1092 at 122. Good pass for him. Dodge Colt making his way to the line. We've also got some of last year's shirts on clearance. That's right, clearance, folks. $10 for one of last year's shirts. Stop on by and get yours before all the good sizes are gone. I understand we're completely out of extra medium and jumbo petite. They're gone. You know what extra medium is, right? It's medium with just a little extra. Not quite enough to be a large. And the Colt and the Maverick side by side at the stripe, 1280 at 108 for the Colt. The Maverick, 1253, 111 miles an hour. Great looking little roadster coming up. So once again, stop on by over there. They have those cool Hot Rod Drag Week 2013 banners. And the idea behind the banner is, this is so you can take it around to all your buddies that you met on Drag Week, all your friends, everybody who's here. Get their autograph on this banner. You can take it home, put it up on your garage wall and say, yeah, I got to hang out with all those guys. What a cool thing. You know, and if you've got a sponsor that helped you out this year, you can tell them thank you by getting that autograph by everybody who was racing here this weekend. Take it back, let them put it on their wall, and show how much they enjoyed supporting you and Drag Week in general. You can pick those up at the Hot Rod Toter Home. They've also got the hats, the cool Drag Week hats, to keep this blazing sun out of your eyes and off your dome. And if you're like me, every bit of sun you can keep off your dome is a good idea. Vintage Mopars rolling out. 1970 Roadrunner and the 1973 Challenger. Roadrunner in the left lane, Challenger in the right lane. Roadrunner off the line first. Challenger banging the gears, trying to catch up. Got it into third gear this time. Roadrunner, 11:59, 118 miles an hour. Scott Abbott in the Roadrunner. This thing runs good. The John Deere farm truck. The implement of drag racing right here. All right, give us just a moment here. We're going to do a little bit of track prep and get ready for our open session. Coming up here in just a few minutes. guys and gals, Pep Boys has over 90 years of history and over 700 stores nationwide. Now they've taken it one step further with the Speed Shop, serving the racer, the hot rodder, the tuners, and off-roaders alike. If you're an enthusiast, you've got to check it out. Pep Boys Speed Shop managers are true gearheads with years of experience and thousands of parts in stock. Come check out the Pep Boys Mobile Speed Shop trailer today, and they've got parts here today in the Mobile Speed Shop. Stop on by, check them out. If you're in need of some plugs or gaskets or something along those lines, stop by that Pep Boys Speed Shop trailer, and they'll be happy to help you out. I was just talking with Paul Cartwright. He says the concession stand is open, and they've got ice-cold beverages. Got plenty of hot stuff to eat if you're looking for something warm and want to cram something down your neck before you jump on the highway and head off to Bowling Green. Stop on by the concession stand. Paul said they'll take care of you over there. Stanley driver cars coming at you here. Well, Adger told me we've got a little bit of track prep coming up here in just a few minutes where I show you can go out and drag the track and get ready, get it groomed. And we've got a few more cars filtering in here trying to get their qualifying runs in. Before this day is over, and before I get over to Bowling Green tomorrow, I'm going to have to stop by the Hot Rod Toter Home myself and get one of those hats. I didn't bring one with me on this trip. What a great excuse to go ahead and buy a brand new one, right? So I'll stop by there and grab one before I get out of here today, and I invite you to do the same, as it is the official event hat, and the only place you can get it is right here at the Hot Rod Toter. Understand we aren't going to prep the track until about 1:45 till noon, so we've got almost another hour. If you want to get in on this session, bring them on out. Understand it's hot. If you want to kick back, get something cold to drink, put your feet up, let the car cool off a little bit, yeah, absolutely, do that. We'll stay up here and in touch. If you have not been down to check out the cars that are in impound, now's a good time to do it. Get your cameras. You're welcome to come on over here and check out these cars. Check out the guys thrashing on them. They have been secluded from the general population. They are not allowed anybody else to help them with their cars while they are in impound. And it's actually an honor. These are the toughest cars, the meanest cars so far this week. We pulled them out, set them off by their lonesome, and told them they got to fend for themselves. It also gives Keith Turk an opportunity to monitor them very, very closely to make sure they are adhering to the rules of drag week. So not only are they on display for you guys, the audience, the fans, they're also on display down here for Mr. Keith Turk, who rules with an iron fist. But he's got a heart of gold, right? He's a good guy. He just wants to make sure that everybody's on an even playing field. Great looking Malibu here. This is TJ Lee. TJ runs through with an 11.69. Which is way under his average, so that's going to help him out. It could move him into the top 7. Stanley driver Plymouth over in the left lane, paired up with the pickup truck in the gasser category. This is Brian Gebhardt. Brian torquing the truck. That old truck runs pretty doggone good. Punches through the quarter mile with an 11:42, 114 miles an hour, and that is way under his average too. More than a tenth under. That's going to help him out. .78 at 108 for the Dodge Colt. The Camaro punches through with a 14.81 at 92 miles an hour. And I don't know if we're going to see Tom Bailey make another pass today or not. Understand, Paul Cartwright just told me he should be out here around noon, so we'll see how that goes. But Dave Ahokas has made a big slash into his average, dropping it down. Bailey hasn't been able to turn the winch up today. Had problems getting down the track, so he's going to take another hit. So stick around for that, folks. You don't want to miss it, because it could get a whole lot closer if he can't do better than what he did earlier. I'll tell you what, ladies and gentlemen, first a big thanks to Monty Smith and NOS. They're coming out here and helping all the nitrous racers, not just NOS racers, but all the nitrous racers this weekend with willpower, know-how, a helping hand, tuning and guidance tips, and also free bottles of nitrous. However, when Monty left the shop with what he thought were 10 full mother bottles of nitrous, unfortunately, 3 of those bottles were empty when he left the shop. So he's out of nitrous today. But he said that he's called back to NOS, and they're going to have more nitrous on tap tomorrow at Bowling Green. So everybody will have nitrous tomorrow at Bowling Green. And Monty wants to apologize. He says, doggone it, you know, sometimes things slip through the cracks, and this is what happened. But we want to know that we support NOS, and NOS is here to support you, and they will have nitrous for you tomorrow in Bowling Green. Monty, thank you. Appreciate the update. Well, this is a wild-looking ride. This is Jake Edwards. It's a 1971 Holden. These guys are from down under. Having trouble getting down the track thus far in the unlimited category. Their best pass so far has been a 13:04. I think we're going to see a better pass right here today. Here we go. And the wind turns up, and the Holden shooting down the track. All over. Man, he was left and right and left, but man, a 968. If they get a handle on that car, look out. Well, that is a fun little car from the guys from down under. Glad they brought it out, sharing it with us here at Drag Week 2013. Got lots of great stuff going on tomorrow. We do have a runoff for our top 32 in our daily driver category. These guys trying to get a quick enough average to qualify in the top 32. And thus far, coming into today, the average, you had to do better than an 1194 to get in the field. And to have a car that will drive to 5 racetracks in 5 days, covering well over 1,000 miles, in this relentless heat and humidity, and still average in the 11s, that is amazing. And then you got to finish tomorrow too. 5 days, pounding these cars. Once again, Monty Smith came up here to apologize to the racers. He ran out of nitrous. And it was no fault of his own. He was supplied empty bottles that he thought was full. He said he's going to make good, though, tomorrow. He's having plenty of nitrous shipped into Bowling Green, and we'll be able to service all you nitrous competitors tomorrow. He is still available for nitrous and chassis tuning tips. If you're having trouble with your system, Monty Smith is the man to figure it out. He's here on site today, and I'll be more than happy to give you a hand with your system. Or maybe if you want to put nitrous on your car for next year, he'll definitely be happy to help you out with some questions you might have for him. QA1 has the most complete line of adjustable shock absorbers, springs, rod ends, spherical bearings, and ball joints to meet and exceed all of your racing and performance needs. All this at a very economical price. Price, availability, and selection are all yours with QA1. QA1 is the #1 supplier of rod ends and shocks for performance racing. Don't settle for second best. Visit QA1's display or check out our website at www.qa1.net and find out why it's #1 in racing suspension components. A leader in aftermarket performance for over 35 years, Comp Cams provides precision valve train components that will make your car a winner. Built by the industry's largest and most experienced team of engineers, our products are designed and tested to perform, whether you're using them on the track or on the street. All Comp Cams parts are backed by a dedicated and knowledgeable support staff available when you need them. From bracket to nitro racers and everyone in between, Comp Cams is devoted to performance. To speak with one of our valve train experts, please call our toll-free tech line at 1-800-999-0853 or visit us online at compcams.com. Well, for those of you tuning in via the World Wide Web, we are at Drag Week 2013, and we are in Memphis.
Standing here with Doc McIntyre, the world-famous ruler of the Pro Street Naturally Aspirated class, the guy that won last year. And I just have one question for you. When I say the words Eddie Miller, what does that bring to mind?
That is a man that has a lot of talk. He showed up this year with a car that I consider illegal, but he's been granted a waiver from God to perform in the class. And he was going to blow up the class this year. I don't consider his performance blowing up the class. He has previously shown that his car is very consistently outrunning what I've done previously. That's great. Our intention was not to be able to be here this year in C-Red, and we will be back next year, and we'll probably step ours up a little bit. We were on a soft tune last year, and this next time we come in, I think we can handle what Mr. Miller can provide.
Nice. All right, so you take the year off, he shows up. Next year, you're coming back. Do you think he'll show up?
My prediction is he'll be a no-show.
There you go. Doc McIntyre talking to Smack, Day 4 of Drag Week 2013.
you from an air-conditioned vantage point, you have no idea how hot and how humid it is here in Memphis. It's sticky. Just walking.
We're here with James Bailey from Rockville, Illinois, who's got a 97 Mustang. And again, a crossbreed car. It's got a small block Chevy under the hood with a single Pro Charger. And you came in today about 9/100ths of a second out of first place. I think you've made up some ground. What happened today with you?
I ran about the same time I usually run. I'm running low 870. John went a little bit slower than he usually does today, so if he makes another pass, then he might gain some ground on me again, but at this point, I think I'm about 400ths faster than he is today.
400ths a gain going into the last day is pretty good. Are you making another hit, or are you putting the street tires on it and hitting the road?
Yeah, we're going to hit the road. We made 3, and it's not going any faster, so we're going to hope the cooler weather brings us some luck tomorrow.
All right, good luck, and hopefully we see you in Bowling Green.
Thank you very much.
Thank you. We're standing here in the pits with Clayton Hartman. He's in Super Street Power Adder with an 83 Ford Mustang that remarkably actually has a Ford engine in it. What do you got under the hood of that thing?
It's actually a 302. It's 30 over, so I'm actually a 306. We got a little turbo on it and a shot of gas to spool it up.
How quick are you going?
We're not doing so good. We're running about 10-1 right now. We swapped the turbo out on it and some rear end bearings, so we're kind of in survival mode at this point.
You have been thrashing. And survival mode, let's talk about that. You brought a pop trailer to Drag Week. Are you guys actually camping out every night?
We haven't done it every night. We've did a few nights, and then a few nights we just crashed. We found a $40 hotel and crashed there. So
Drag Week is not cheap, and you got to respect a guy that's willing to sleep in a pop trailer just to get here and finish. Yeah. Thanks for coming out.
It should be renamed Torture Week, I think.
Lately, people have been calling it Turbo Week, and you're a part of that. But Torture Week is good. I like that. I like that. All right, let's go back to the racing action from all of us here at Torture Week.
Both cars in the daily driver category. And yet the Buick is sealed up tight. Not even a drop this time. The Camaro gets there first with an 1195 and 114 miles an hour. The Buick 15 flat at 90 miles an hour. Once again, that daily driver average to qualify for the quick 32 for tomorrow's Open Comp format is an 1194. But you've got to turn in a time slip for all 5 days. And if you can't do it today, you may just fall out. If you don't run quicker than 1194 today and your average drops, you'll allow somebody else to slide in. So these guys have got to stay on it. They got to stay focused. They got to really bear down on these cars to stay qualified for that daily driver runoff. It'll be tomorrow afternoon at Bowling Green. Once again, we will be on track at 9 o'clock tomorrow at Bowling Green. We'll run till 2 o'clock. $11.72, 114 miles an hour on the truck. All right, guys and gals, who likes trivia? If you know the answer to this trivia question, be the first to the Pep Boys Speed Shop trailer and you can win a prize. In what model year did the United States government mandate that 5-mile-an-hour bumpers be standard equipment on passenger cars? Make your way quickly. Walk, do not run, to the Pep Boys trailer and give them the answer. And you will win a prize. Once again, if you know the answer to this trivia question, be the first one to the Pep Boys Speed Shop trailer and win a prize. What year did the United States government mandate that 5-mile-an-hour bumpers be standard equipment on passenger cars? You're the first one to the Pep Boys trailer, you get yourself a prize. 12:78, 110 miles an hour. Little Dodge Colt, relentless. Oh, here's Houston. I haven't seen Houston today. Houston Alford coming up in his heavily patina Chevy Camaro. Oh, excuse me, this is Eric Yost. My bad. You guys can kick me later. 68 Chevy Camaro competing in Super Street Power Adder. Currently 4th place with an 889 average. Right in front of him is Shane McClellan. You saw him earlier with that huge wheel stand in that 62 Chevy too. McClellan's got an 883 average. So Yost wants to run better than McClellan's average just to take a bite out of that very narrow lead that he's got. Trying to inch up on on McClellan. Here comes Yost. Watch the Camaro. Very easy off the starting line, but I'll tell you what, he is really cooking it down at the big end. Oh, and a big cloud of smoke. 831, 168 for Yost. 831, well under his average. And that should move him up into 4th place. I think McClellan might be feeling that one. Here comes the truck, folks. Get out your cameras. Let's have some fun. Unlimited Chevy truck. Oh, he's just going to inch it down the track. He wants to get a time slip in. Taking the beam. And he's going to get his default 28-second time slip or whatever it is, just to show that he made an attempt at the track. I really want to see this thing run. It's essentially a top dragster engine and transmission grafted to a Chevy S10 pickup truck. That is absolutely craziness right there. I like it. Little eagle talon coming up. Those things getting shaken up in our unlimited class just a little bit today. As Dave Ahokas has turned in the best time of the day. Tom Bailey fighting the racetrack, fighting the car, not having his best day, and leaving the door open for Dave Ahokas. We'll see how Bailey does. He said he's going to try and come up here just a little after noon and make another shot. If you want to take a look at this car, it's actually over here in the impound area, just to the base of the tower off to the right-hand side. You're welcome to come down and check out this beautiful Chevy Camaro of Tom Bailey. Got a chance to take a look under the hood of it today, and it is an absolute work of art. And earlier this week, he ran a 6.70 ET, 214 miles an hour. This car has got it going on. And it is on display over here in Impound. You can come down and look at it and the rest of the car before they make their way out of the facility today. We're going to be running until about 1:30 this afternoon. Then we're going to shut it down and send everybody north to Bowling Green, Kentucky. I'm looking forward to it. It's going to be a great day of racing tomorrow. The temperatures are supposed to come down. Bowling Green has already shown that it is a premier track as far as hooking. I know Dallas Gardner and the rest of the crew up there are absolutely champing at the bit to get drag week back in-house for Friday, for cooler weather, and for all of our champions to be crowned. The Dodge Colt makes yet another pass with a 1295, a 107. He's going to wear out a set of brake pads today. Hey, you know what? You can stop by the Pep Boys trailer and pick those up. What if they have some for a Dodge Colt over there? Ford Mustang making his way down track on another solo run. Keith Turk came up here and want to remind everybody, racing stops at 1 o'clock today. We're going to absolutely shut them off at 1 o'clock, and you must have your time slip turned in by 1:30. At that point, Tanya's going to lock up the shed and head out the door because she has to go to Bowling Green too. Keith, any word on how many cars have fallen out of competition since the very start? 38 cars fell out prior to today. We now have 40 that have officially dropped out. That's the word from Tanya. And I can't wait till tomorrow, Keith. It is going to be a lot of fun. First, it's the last day of drag week, which is always fun. Everybody who makes it there has really, really done something special to get your car to 5 racetracks in 5 days and to bear with all the heat and the humidity and the racing and just beating your cars up out on the highway. It's tough. It is tough. And to be at Bowling Green tomorrow with your race car intact with 4 time slips turned in at that point, you've done something. You are there. Second is the fact that it's going to be a much cooler day tomorrow. It is going to be absolutely beautiful compared to what we've experienced this whole week long. The heat and this relentless humidity is going to be gone. And we're looking forward to Bowling Green because the cars are really going to turn up the wick. Number one, because, hey, it's the last day, and they absolutely bring it all out. I mean, they can unload the entire implement right there on the track and get it done. And the weather's going to cooperate with them. These cars are going to make a lot more power. The track is going to hold a lot more power. Anytime you got a lot of heavy sunshine and humidity, the track wants to squirm and mess around, and I don't care how well you prepare it. At any track nationwide, heat and humidity are your 2 worst enemies. Tomorrow, we're not going to have that. It's going to be beautiful. We're going to have a great track bowling.
This is Bill Armstrong from Evergreen, Colorado. That is his 66 Ford Fairlane. And you showed up here this morning at Memphis 0.03 of a second out of the 32-car field in Daily Driver. I heard you went the quickest you've ever gone. What did you just lay down?
11:68 and 115.
That's a 0.3 jump from yesterday. That's huge.
Well, not yesterday, the day before, because we ate a clutch the day before.
Oh, that's right.
Yeah, got to put that in a car wash.
And I believe it was the Guidos that helped you in the car wash, the guys who put their Mustang in both walls of Gateway. So that was...
I still beat the guy after hitting 2 walls.
That's impressive. You smacked both walls and still beat the guy to the finish line. It's all that good karma that they gained by helping you put the clutch in.
Yeah, I'd like to hope so. You know, I didn't even know them until we got here, and I met them, and we've kind of affectionately let ourselves be known as the Tremec Trio because we all have Tremec 5-speeds and been making pretty good time on the highway. But yeah, you stuck around, helped them yesterday. It was a late night, but we got back and we're here this morning. So
I'm in love with his transmission because he actually let me drive his car for about 150 miles last night in the dark, and we did no less than 80 thanks to that 5-speed.
With 457 gears.
With 457 gears.
I have never seen a wheel stand like that one. McClellan just absolutely drove it perfectly. And you need to tune in on YouTube and check that out. You can rewind. That's one of the cool features. Those of you who are on YouTube right now, you can go down there and see where in the lower left-hand corner right there along the bottom bar where it says live, if that little button is lit up, that means you're watching this live right now. Well, you can take that slider and you can slide it on back to the left, and you can catch that awesome wheel stand that McClellan had in that Nova. I mean, this thing was riding the bumper clear out past the 330-foot mark, and the front tire set down just before half track. And he drove it right out the back door to an 8-second pass, and it was awesomeness all the way down the track. The Plymouth taking on the Dodge. And the Plymouth goes 11:49 at 105, 11:76 for the Charger at 1:08. And another no punt. The Dodge Colt. Always wanted to put a small block in one of these things. Back in the early 70s, in 71, 72, the guys like the Rod Shop Dodge team, they put Hemis in these things. That's right. Angry, nasty, wicked Hemis. And ran them in NHRA Pro style. .72 at 1:09. Once again, I get this straight from Paul Cartwright. We're going to shut things down here for just a little bit at about 1:45, and we're going to do some track prep. I think Tom Bailey wants to come out and take a stab at the track right after that, as he is still thrashing on that Camaro down here in the impound area. I see him packing his parachute right now. Little Pontiac GTO making a pass, banging through the gears. And it, to me, like Tom Bailey is the only car remaining in impound. Everybody else is packed up and left for the day. And Tom still trying to put together a pass to his liking. Hey guys and gals, did you know Rocket brand racing fuel is manufactured with special additives and enhanced blend stocks for maximum throttle response and unfaltering top-end output? Try some today.
Straight out of Pittsburgh, PA is the team of Dan Chisholm and Ken Stasiak. I actually said that right. And they are you're leading the gasser class, but not by much. It's like 1061 to 1062 between you and Mike Cox. Did you already run today?
Yeah, we just took a pass. Ken was in the seat, did a 1050. So we might just call it quits today and try to get back to Bowling Green.
So you lay a 1050. Your average is like 1061. Who gave you the 1061 average? Was it you or him?
I did.
Oh, okay. So
seat. I'm doing the seat.
All right. So you're getting better at driving then.
Cars coming around too. Tracks are nice. Tracks are working good. You know, they're preparing them good, and it's.
How much is left in the car? Is it 1050 all it's got?
Oh no, I think we got a little bit more in it. Maybe we'll show that down in Bowling Green. We might even pull the wheelie bars off.
Nice. This makes me really happy because this is one of my favorite classes at Drag Week, and it's good to see it progressing. I think last year the winning average was somewhere in the 11s or the 12s, so moving it down to this much is going to just drive competition. We'll probably see more gassers here next year. Will we see you guys next year?
Oh, I don't know, Ken. What do you think?
Maybe. Maybe it's a lot of fun.
Yeah. Tell you what, I lost a lot of weight. Lost 11 pounds this morning. I found out from Monday till today, Thursday. So.
Well, there you go. Drag Week's good for your health. So why aren't the rest of you out here?
More daily driver action. Trying to qualify for that quick 32 they're going to be running tomorrow. Nova slipping and sliding and banging the gears all the way down the track. 1171. 119 miles an hour, 1481 at 93 miles an hour for the Camaro. NOS is proud to be the official nitrous system of Drag Week. And although they're out of nitrous today, you can use your coupon to get one free bottle fill up tomorrow at Bowling Green. Compliments of NOS. And be sure to discuss your setup with NOS technical representative Monty Smith this week. Monty is a racer himself. He's also a chassis expert, as well as the world's foremost expert in nitrous tuning. Monty will be cruising the pits to assist you with your setup. Compliments of NOS, the undisputed leader in nitrous. Whether you're looking for improved ride quality, show-stopping appearance, or faster times, Q81 delivers. With the most complete line of shock absorbers, struts, springs, suspension components, rod ends, and ball joints of any manufacturer, QA1 meets and exceeds all of your racing and performance needs. Take control of your suspension with QA1 and feel the difference. Visit QA1's display or check us out online at qa1.net for further information. They are still rolling up under the tower here at Memphis International Raceway. Looks like one of them came out. All right, here comes that beautiful 1970 Chevelle. This is Bryant Goldstone. He is currently chasing Travis Gilpin. Gilpin leading the class. Goldstone right behind him. He got a hold of the racetrack that time. The drag radials dropped the front tires up into the air. And Goldstone on a nice shot goes 820 at 172. Great pass for Goldstone. That was nearly 2/10 quicker than his average. That'll help him out. That'll help him out a bunch. He's got to be happy with that. Probably see him in Bowling Green tomorrow. Well, the car looked flawless on that pass. It just yanked the front tires up off the ground about 1.5 feet, carried them out for about 20 feet or so, and set them down gently, and then he got down to business of just cooking down to the big end. Great pass for Goldstone. Wonder if this guy's getting frequent flyer miles. Man, he has absolutely been pounding the track out here with this little Dodge Colt. Having a great time. Oh, looks like he lost a sticker off the car. He trips the timers with a 1290 at 109 miles an hour. All right, guys and gals, here we go. Little Chevy Nova pulling up. This is Eric Beyer. I think this is the first time I've seen Eric make a pass today. 72 Chevy Nova, currently 6th place in our Pro Street Power Adder category. Looking to move up the ladder a little bit. Been a solid low 10-second performance. Currently his average is 10:25. In that NOS nitrous system. Bringing that bottle pressure down where he wants it, getting all the vaporized nitrous out of the line. He wants a pure liquid hit to the injector. So Beyer, stage in the car. Wow, look at Beyer. Bounces the front end off the ground. .10:07, a 1:34. Very good pass for Beyer. He's got more in it. He had to pedal it there off the starting line.
I am with John Gallup of Mustang, Oklahoma, which is fitting since you're driving a Mustang. And the reason I'm talking to you right now is the beauty of the internet. Our live feed is getting us a lot of comments about you, my friend. You are very popular because you're the Energizer Bunny. I think you've made about 78 passes today. People are asking why the stickers are upside down, and I'm sure you have an interesting answer for that.
Well, I've been trying to get my nitrous kit to work for the last 2 drag weeks. Unfortunately, I didn't plan to bring this car, and so I only started after Labor Day and put the kit back on the car. It's still not working. So I figured I needed something kind of like a rally hat in baseball. So I put the stickers on upside down, and hopefully it'll change my luck and make the car run a little bit better.
So is the nitrous functioning now?
Not based on the time slips. It's running about what it does on motor right now, and obviously, I'm going to have to spend some long nights trying to diagnose it again, but I've had every possible problem with this nitrous kit. It's a drive-by-wire system, and it had a secret instruction last year that I didn't find out about till Memphis. And then by that point, we had Monty Smith and everyone had worked with it so much we had got it leaking, and so we couldn't use it. This year, I had fuel leaks. I broke the clip on the fuel rail injector and had to go track one down at an auto parts store. And so now I've got it back on the car, and I don't know why it's not working now.
Well, I mean, I'm no expert here, but I haven't seen you stop to fill a nitrous bottle, and you've made enough passes to go through about 75 pounds of nitrous. So have you checked the bottles lately?
Well, I kind of assumed since last year all it did was leak about a pound out that it was still in there, but I probably ought to weigh the bottle. Good point.
Call me crazy, but I have a feeling you're just going to get back in line and go again.
Yeah, I can't find any leaf blowers, or I'd go with that.
Well, they don't work all that well, so stick with the nitrous. Good luck. We'll see you.
Well, thank you.
All right, looks like we're going to pull a little track prep out here. Paul Cartwright was telling me that they no longer use the gold dust or the powdered white rosin. They actually have a liquid rosin they're using here at Memphis this year. And he said he's had really good reports from the racers and the crew members that this stuff is working out very well. Paul's been a staple here at Memphis for many, many seasons.
We're here in Memphis with Tom Bailey, and he's got a commanding lead over the Unlimited class right now. You just made a pass and went 7:07, I think it was. A lot of smoke. What was that all about?
Track couldn't hold it, down track. About 250, it started smoking the tires, so pedaled it, thought we had enough in it. I could pedal it and still run a 6, but we were just a little shy, so.
You were real close. Are you going to go again or just hit the road?
Oh, no, we got to run a 6, so we'll try it one more time.
So your goal is to run a 6 at every track then, huh?
Oh, yeah. Isn't that what the King said is the last holy grail? Run a 6 at every track?
You pull that off, and there isn't much left to discuss. That's for sure.
Well, that's that's what we're hoping to try. So
I would love to see that. I would love nothing more to see that you go 6 seconds at every track. Then the name of the car actually fits.
Oh yeah, there you go.
Yeah.
Then the name fits.
Yeah, totally fits. All right, that's Tom Bailey. One track left, one drive left. You are almost back to Bowling Green. How are you feeling heading into tomorrow, the last day?
Apprehensive, I guess. Got to wait. One more drive to make. Tomorrow morning, maybe I'll feel a little bit better. So first
cool.
we got to make there. I seen it's 280, so I actually thought that they'd spawn off a 400 on us. So, but it's worked out well because I mean the key sponsor, gear vendor, we finally get to run routes that we get to use as product. So last couple of years we haven't been able to do that. So
yeah, that's true. Cool. Well, yeah, like you said, the drives have certainly been a little shorter and a little easier this year. So hopefully that'll be the difference between the rest of the people that are here getting there tomorrow. So good luck.
Cool. Thanks.
Thank you. We're back in the pits with Ross Dudley, who is on the outside looking in of the daily driver class right now. I believe you're 0.03 of a second out getting here today, but you just went 11:84. That may get you in. How are you feeling?
Oh, I'm feeling hot. No, we're hoping. We're not giving up. I mean, we were normally been in the middle of the pack, but because my partner and I are, we're getting old. We decided to put a bigger tire on this year, which we knew would slow the car down, but we wouldn't have to change it or the carb. So we expected to be working a little harder. So hopefully one of my good friends that is already in can brake, and then we'll make her in. Here's hoping. We've been there ever since they've been running the actual bracket. We've been every year, so we've been in the race.
And you've been rained out the last 2 years, haven't gotten the bracket race off, so we really haven't seen Red Light Ross very often. We're hoping he makes a comeback this year.
Yeah, we sure are, and I am anyways. Actually, it was Bowling Green that moniker got put on me by Steve Eden, because I did Red Light against him, who I've been whomping all week, and he went on to get the jacket that year, eh? So that's...
Well, at least the guy you lost to won the race. All right, so Ross Dudley here with a beautiful Roadrunner. And you going to make another hit, or are you going to hit the road?
No, I think we'll hit the road. When it gets hot, it slows down. I'm already got my best in for the, so that's it for today, Mike. Yeah.
All right, good strategy, and we will see you in Memphis.
Yeah, thanks very much.
Thank you.
Ran prior to Bailey on day one and set the bar with a 683. That didn't last very long. On his second day, all he could muster at Indianapolis was a 797. Had some issues with the car. Couldn't get it sorted out in Indy. And left the track with a 797 E2 slip. Yesterday in St. Louis, he got a grip on the car again, ran a 689, and today he ran a 688. So the car is up to the task and doing well for Dave Ahokas. Tom Bailey, today, not in the sixes as yet. So hang on, we'll see what happens there. Kevin Winstead, if you are on the grounds, would you please come to the tower? You have a visitor. Kevin Winstead with TCI, you have a visitor in the tower. If you'd please come on up. Thanks, Kevin. You see Paul Cartwright out there on the John Deere tractor pulling the drag down the track. What he's doing is using the tread off of some drag slicks. Most likely some 1432s, because everybody's got those, right? They cut the sidewalls out and make big rubber bands out of these things, and then they put them on the back of this tractor, on this drag. And through the weight of the drag and hydraulic pressure pushing them down on the track, he's actually applying the rubber from those slicks to the racetrack. So you have a nice, thin, even coat of rubber. It smooths out the rough spots, it picks up all the nastiness and gets it off of there, and basically just makes a really nice racing surface. And that is what Tom Bailey's waiting for. mind, they have a national event here at Memphis International. They've done it for many, many years. They know how to groom a track. They've got a great racing surface here to begin with. What Paul's doing is just tweaking it for our final session here, getting ready for everybody to go out and pull out all the stops and try and get out of here with a good time slip. I see Tom Bailey is just licking his chops back there. They're going to be bringing his Camaro out for another time shot, looking for another 6-second time slip.
I'm sitting here with arguably the most comfortable guy in the place, Dave Ahokas, relaxing in the chair after another 6-second pass. And I know your goal is just to get to the end of this deal, but I think it's safe to say that had you gotten after it a couple days ago, you would have laid a 6 down at every track, which is really impressive considering the horsepower you've got, the car you've got, you know, all these varying tracks and weather conditions. What's been the key for you to hook it up and make sure it goes all the way down?
Mostly luck and good tracks. And I don't have the brute horsepower that Tom Bailey does. So, and Kenny, the engine builder, likes small blocks because they don't have a tendency to overpower the track a lot of times. And it seems like that's been the case once in a while, a couple of times here during the week here. So, I mean, it'll get away from you, no problem. I mean, but it doesn't have that brute power. So most of the time you don't have tire shake and that sort of thing with.
I know it's you've been at this quite a few years without finishing, and you are almost there. So you've got to be on cloud nine, you know, looking at a few 100-mile drive before you get back to Bowling Green.
Well, really, not really. I'm just I'm here just doing it. I'm just happy that each run, I've only got one run in me a day, just about. It's just too darn much work. So I'm just happy to make a clean run and get in and go down the road. And so far I'm real happy to be here so far, this far.
Well, we're happy to see you, and we'll be even happier to see you tomorrow in Bowling Green. Good luck.
Okay, great, thank you.
Thank you.
Tanya said at 1:30 she's locking the door and she's out of here. All you're going to see is a vapor trail. Why? Because she wants to be in Bowling Green. I know I want to be in Bowling Green. I'm ready for tomorrow. We have still got some stuff to tend to here, though. Namely, Mr. Tom Bailey. Dave Ahokas has shown he can get down the track 2 days in a row within 100th of a second of each other. Had a 6:89 yesterday, a 6:88 today. And I'm sure he's got his sights set on another 6-second run tomorrow. Tom Bailey having problems today. The first time he drug it out, brought it to the starting line, and the motor quit. Or he shut it down. I haven't talked with Tom to determine what happened, but they had to push it off the starting line. The second time, he brought it into the left lane. On the hit, he struck the tires and absolutely blew them up in a cloud of smoke. Pedaled it, ran a 7:07. Not his best effort. The pressure's on him because Dave Ahokas is going to come guns a-blazing tomorrow. Well, Bailey's going to do it as well. But he had a pretty good lead built up, and now Ahokas has eaten into that pretty substantially. I can't wait to see McClellan's Nova run again tomorrow. That was unbelievable. Shane McClellan in his 62 Chevy 2. We got to go back to this. Everybody, if you're just tuning in on Motor Trend's YouTube channel, we've got plenty of downtime here. We're going to be coming back up in about another 9 minutes. About another 9 minutes, we'll go back to live racing here at Memphis International Raceway. But rewind. Get down there on your slider on your YouTube channel and rewind to earlier today and check out that monster wheel stand of Shane McClellan.
One of the great things about Drag Week is that it brings out all kinds of cars that aren't even here competing, famous ones even. Tony Miffin's Camaro, the engine has actually been in CarCraft magazine because, well, it's pretty damn cool. And I've yet to see it in person, so this is my first time, and I noticed the nitrous solenoids are not hooked up, so it's not all lined out. Have you raced it yet? What's going on?
We run it last weekend for the first time here at St. Louis. It run 970s. But no, we haven't got it all lined out yet. I've been building it for about the last 3 years and haven't had a chance to hook nitrous up. Don't really want to hook it up until I get the motor lined out because it's got a few little small bugs that need to come out of it before we do that.
Okay, tell us about it. I can see the Hogan sheet metal intake, the Dominator on top. Is it a conventional headed small block? What are we looking at?
It is actually 18-degree small block 427, Eagle rods, Eagle crank. It's got a roller, Jezel belt drive, Moroso vacuum pump, and it's got a 990 Dominator carburetor on it.
So it's a pretty stout piece. I'm assuming you've dynoed it. What does it make?
Yeah, it's dynoed out at 820 horse at 6,700 RPMs.
And once it's all straightened out, what do you expect to run in your Camaro here?
We're hoping for right around 580s on the motor and 530s on the nitrous if we can get it lined out to do that.
8th mile, all right. Any plans to go drag week style, full quarter-mile drag racing with it?
Well, this motor here is not really built to drive around on the street like that, to put that many miles on it. However, I do drive it around on the street every now and then and just do some little playing on the street. But this one here won't handle making that big long run like that. It's got a little too much compression.
It's a very cool car and just one of many you can see here on Hot Rod Drag Week.
Some of the other classes here separated by just a scant few thousandths of a second in the average, like street race big block between Mike Burrows and Randy Bellahar. Got a tenth of a second separating those over 3 days. It's going to be even tighter after today.
Yesterday at Gateway, Joe Barry laid down a monster 7-11 run, and we saw you on the road last night pretty late, about 12:30, in a parking lot having to disconnect your trailer from the car, I think, to get out. What happened?
Well, my navigator fell asleep, and so we blew past where we were supposed to be. So I went up a street thinking we could turn around and ended up in the parking lot, and then I couldn't get out the parking lot.
You were pretty well boxed in when we saw you. How's the car running on the street, and what do you got going on right now in order to make a run?
Everything's good. Everything's running the way it should. I clicked the car early yesterday. That's the mile an hour was down. We shut it off about 6:50 into the run. So hopefully today we'll be able to run it.
Wow, so there should be a lot more there.
We'll see.
The track's pretty good right now, and I haven't heard anybody complain about it, so you should have something to work with there.
Well, exactly, and we all got the same conditions, so we'll make the best of it and see what we can do.
Cool. You are almost home. You're almost finishing, which I know is a big deal for you. And the car is running killer, so I wish you luck.
Goldstone in modified power adder. In modified naturally aspirated, Kevin Follett in that Mazda RX-7, looking pretty strong with a 983 average coming into today. Ran another 9-second pass today, so I think he's on his way, as long as he can get to Bowling Green and put down a pass. Another tight one coming into today was in Super Street Big Block naturally aspirated with Tim Flanders, just about 0.3 of a second ahead of Brent Bowman. Bowman with that beautiful black 69 Chevy. Just a couple of tenths behind. All right. We're going to make the call to the lanes. Staging lanes are open. We're ready to bring the cars in for our final session of the day. We've got 1 hour, folks, 1 hour, and we're shutting it down and going to Bowling Green. Need to make your final pass before 1 o'clock. You need to turn in your time slip to Tanya before 1:30. There's a lot of alliteration there, isn't there? Turn in your time slip to Tanya. If you want to go one step further, you can turn in your time slip to Tanya Turk at the tower today before 1:30. All right, folks, here we go. Back to racing action. We're going live via the interweb. Thank you to Motor Trend for putting us on their YouTube channel. Here comes those boys from down under, driving the Holden. I still find it weird to look down at a race car and see somebody on the right side. And it's not a postal Jeep. If he gets this thing hooked up, he will be hauling the mail, though. In the unlimited category, this is Jake Edwards. You know, this is kind of cool for the guys from Australia because it's the middle of winter down there. They get to come up here and take a vacation in the United States. All right, what do they call that? Take holiday. Here comes the Holden. Oh, he got a hold of the racetrack this time. Oh, a little bit of a flip out of the exhaust there, and he had to shut it down early. But yeah, he had a decent pass winding up there. Came off the line well and goes 12.88 at 73 miles an hour. And here he is, folks. Tom Bailey driving the copper color 69 Chevy Camaro, the Project 6 Seconds machine. Can he get into the sixes today? Can he make it 4 days in a row? That's the big challenge. The other challenge is, can he run quicker than that 688 that Dave Ahokas ran earlier? If not, his lead in the overall average will be shortened. Ahokas coming into today 0.6 of a second. Excuse me. 0.4 of a second behind Bailey. Bailey going to wind it up and get it done. Roll those cameras, folks. Here he comes. Ran a 670 at Indy earlier this week. Can he do another 6-second pass here? Popping, sputtering, having trouble staying in the groove. And he shuts it off early. 8:07, 130 miles an hour. So Bailey and his guys kind of scratching their heads going, what are we going to do here? Keep in mind, he is in our timeout section over here. They've got him over here in solitary confinement. And he's the only guy that can work on the car. That's it. He can't have any help. He's got to do with everything he brought with him. And Bailey not having his best day. He's got an hour to make another pass. Elsewise, he will have given up some ground to Dave Ahokas. And ran a 7:07 earlier, which will stand for his best time slip thus far. However, that 7:07 is no match to that 6:88 that Ahokas had. So you look at the average over the course of the week. Gilpin with a nice pass here. Oh, look at the Camaro trucking down through there. 799, folks, 177 miles an hour. A great run for Gilpin in modified power adder. Another 7-second blast for Gilpin. Great job, guys.
Bryant Goldstone is currently in second place in Modified Power Adder. You just made a hit and went 8:33, had a few problems. What's going on with your car?
We softened it up a bunch just to make sure we went down the track the first time. We had big problems last week, or yesterday, I mean. Broke some bolts that hold the blower on, chipped some teeth off the belt, knocked the alternator belt off, so we spent a little bit of time last night fixing it. Just want to make sure we get one somewhat clean pass in before we try to give it a little bit more power.
I noticed they're stainless bolts.
Yeah, they probably loosened up on me a little bit and just sheared them off.
Got it. Cool. So you guys are going to go make another hit then right now, huh?
Yeah, in probably about an hour.
Okay, cool. More power or same thing?
I'm going to give it a little bit more at the starting line. We'll probably wait until they fix the track again and probably change the blower pulley, probably give it a little bit more boost.
All right, well, good luck. You are almost home. The car is still in one piece, so as far as I'm concerned, you're doing killer.
Just a little dirty. Other than that, it's doing great.
All right, good luck. At the end of the day yesterday, I was kind of hungry. I figured you were kind of hungry because you were changing head gaskets on your Maverick. And when I stumbled upon you, you were smarter than everybody else at the track. You, Bill Perkins, had your car under the grandstands in the shade. How did you blow the head gaskets?
I think the fuel solenoid broke or quit working.
So you were spraying it when you blew the head gaskets, and now you're not spraying it anymore.
Correct. We were just driving it.
Getting to the end of drag week.
Exactly.
All right.
Exactly.
How quick has it gone?
Today it went 13:98. It was the first day, first pass it ever made. So.
Cool. And how quick is it now that it's NA?
It went 14:2 today.
Okay. Cool. If you make it back to Bowling Green, when you make it back to Bowling Green, are you going to spray it there?
I don't know. I need a fuel solenoid, but if I get one, maybe. My trailer's there, so yeah, it's a good possibility.
All right, we are almost home. You are almost home. Good luck. Hope to see you there.
All right, thanks.
All right.
A 714 average. Again, completely unofficial. I'm just doing some real quick numbers here. But he went from 0.4 of a second behind to 0.3 of a second behind with a day to go. It's anybody's ball game, folks. And both cars still have to make it all the way to Bowling Green. That's the big challenge. Paul, how far is the drive to Bowling Green from here? Four-and-a-half-hour drive on the highway in the heat and the humidity. And they got to drive through Nashville during rush hour. How's that sound? Oh, boy. You know, it might be worth your while to just go ahead and stop south of Nashville, enjoy a nice lunch, some iced tea. Yeah, let that die down and then drive on through. Oh, man. So I wonder, are we going to see Tom Bailey for another pass today? Awesome. Great day of driving, great day of racing, I should say, here at Memphis International Raceway. More daily drivers trying to get into that quick 32 field for our open format shootout tomorrow. Hey, Rocket Brand Racing Fuel is available for drag week from distributors in Oklahoma and Texas. You can check out rocketbrand.com for the nearest dealer or stop by the Rocket Brand booth. This event is possible because of our sponsors such as Rocket Brand. Please do what you can to support them and show your appreciation by displaying the Rocket Brand decals. All right, we've got another trivia question. If you know the answer to this trivia question, be the first to the Pep Boys trailer. The Pep Boys Speed Shop trailer to win this prize. What British car is featured in both the 1965 James Bond flick Goldfinger and the newest installment, Skyfall? Stop by the Rocket Brand, stop by the Pep Boys Speed Shop trailer to win a prize if you know What is the British car featured in both the 1965 James Bond flick Goldfinger and the newest installment, Skyfall? John Galpin making his way down track. And Speedy runs through with a 12.85 at 109 miles an hour. Nice job by the outsider. Nitra's the power adder of choice in the Nova. Driven by Eric Beyer. Beyer had a nice pass earlier, almost got into the nines. They went back, did a little a little tweaking and tuning. Put that together, I guess you have tuking. Not to be confused with what they do up there in Canada. So Eric Beyer ready to uncork the bottle here. Whoa! Huge wheel stand for Beyer. Lifts it way up in the air, slams it down, takes a chunk out of the concrete, and then he's on his way. 9.98 at 134 after the huge wheel stand. He gets it in the nines. And I got a funny feeling they're going to have a great big dent in the oil pan. And about 6 header tubes. And the transmission pan. And the lower control arms are probably going to need to be stretched back into shape, as they've been compressed. Wow! What a wheel stand! .1208 at 114 for the Camaro. Here comes another hot rod. Check this out. The Chevy 2 wagon. This is Rick Prospero. 7 seconds written all over this thing. Hang on, folks. If he gets a hold of the track, he's going to whip out another 7-second blast here. This thing gets with it. Nope. Wow, shaking the tire. So he's just going to click it off early, goes through. But how about that huge wheel stand by Beyer? Stood it on the bumper, slammed the front end back to terra firma. I'm really surprised we didn't see parts and pieces fly off that. He hit hard. I see a big divot out there at about the 60-foot mark. Gonna have to get some spackle out to fill that in. Well, guys and gals, we've got about 50 minutes remaining here in day number 4 of Drag Week 2013, presented by Gear Vendors. QA1 is the official suspension manufacturer of Hot Rod Drag Week, and it's the #1 name in shock absorbers, struts, springs, suspension components, rod ends, and ball joints of any manufacturer. QA1's drag race components are specifically designed to help improve 60-foot times, resulting in quicker speed. Take control of your suspension and put your trust in QA1. Visit QA1's display or check us out online at qa1.net to learn more. I'm going to step outside here. I'm going to take a look over at Tom Bailey's pit in the impound area. He's the only car left in impound. Everybody else was satisfied enough that they took their stuff and moved on. Oh, I see Eddie Miller down here. He's going to make another pass. And they are thrashing. Yes, they are. They are thrashing in the impound area on Tom Bailey's car. They got the hood off. He has dived into the engine bay. I shouldn't say they. He's doing this all by himself. He is an impound today. He's getting it done. Here's Joe Barry in his 56 Chevy, making his first pass of the day. Just trying to get it done. Joe driving his steel-bodied 56 Chevy. Look at that big burnout. Folks, put your hands together for him. Get him pumped up. He's fighting against the Pro Mod cars. Those two Camaros with their carbon fiber bodies. They're very lightweight. They're full tube chassis. I'll tell you what, Joe Barry doing it the hard way. Driving this 56 Chevy, which is essentially the aerodynamic equivalent to a filing cabinet. Got the frontal area of a small continent. He's pushing a lot of air, pushing a lot of weight, and getting it done the hard way. He's averaged a 7:27 thus far. He was actually in second place yesterday. Old school, pro street style, unlimited class. All right, so Joe Barry. Remember, this is a street car, folks. Love it. Drag week at its finest. The Tri-5 Chevy, the 56, coming at you. Barry driving it down the track. Shuts it off early and goes through with an 870 at 125. But he took the long way through the first 300 feet as it made a move to the right and then came back to the left and got settled into the groove, and away he went, and at that point he shut it off. Here's Greg Hurlbut, the Chevy Trailblazer SS, running in Super Street Small Block, naturally aspirated. Runs through the 1204, 110 miles an hour. Camaro up and running. As Tom Bailey continues to work on his car back there, it indicates to me that he's looking to make another pass. He's not loading stuff up. He's not putting things away. He hasn't put things in the trunk. Continuing to wrench on that beautiful 69 Camaro. Like Elvis is getting buckled in. He's going to make a pass. Ladies and gentlemen, you got less than 45 minutes. Less than 45 minutes now to make your final pass on the drag strip. And don't forget, I know it's hot, I know you got other things on your mind right now, but if you do not turn in your time slip to Tanya Turk in the tower before 1:30, uh-oh, that's not good. That's not good at all. So remember, you got to turn it in before 1:30 to Tanya. She's going to lock things up and head down the road. It is your responsibility to turn the time slips in, folks. It is your responsibility. Tomorrow, we will be racing from 9 o'clock in the morning till 2 o'clock in the afternoon in Bowling Green. I invite each and every one of you to come join us. But tomorrow, we start at 9 a.m. in beautiful Beach Bend. What a cool racetrack. I love coming to Memphis. They treat me right down here. I love the racetrack and the facility. I like Bowling Green. Two of my favorite tracks in the whole world. There he is. Eddie Miller, out of Florida, driving the Purple Duster. Currently leading the Pro Street category, averaging 870. In fact, he ran an 871 on day 1, an 870 with a 4 on day 2, and an 870 with a 5. Excuse me, 870 with an 8 yesterday. My guess is Eddie could go bracket racing down here and win some money if he could cut a light. Paired up with Eddie in the right lane is John Ferroni in his 72 Valiant. And John, I apologize if I'm butchering your name. I have never seen that spelling before. F-A-R-A-O-N-E. Ferroni? Farione? I gotta go talk to this guy. Maybe he can tell me. Set me straight. So Miller in the Purple Duster. The men from down under in that Valiant. Couple of Mopars here. Miller off and running. And problems for the Valiant. Miller runs an 874 at 156. A good solid pass for him. I think he's happy with that. In the heat of the day, Miller runs within 300ths of his best ET of the event. Pretty consistent. Well, they haven't moved the Valiant off the starting line. I'm wondering if something broke in the drive line. Will it move? They're going to try. Yep, all hands on deck, and they're pushing it back. Hopefully, whatever's wrong with the car, he can get the situation rectified and get on the road to Bowling Green to make it to the final day. A leader in the aftermarket performance for 35 years, Comp Cams provides precision valve train components that will make your car a winner. Built by the industry's largest and most experienced team of engineers, our products are designed and tested to perform whether you're using them on the track or on the street. All Comp Cams parts are backed by a dedicated and knowledgeable support staff available when you need it. From bracket to nitro racers and everyone in between, Comp Cams is devoted to performance. To speak with us or one of our valve train experts, please call our toll-free tech line at 1-800-999-0853 or visit us online at compcams.com. $12.93 and $109 for the Mustang, and $12.63 at $110 for the little Dodge Colt. Here's Rick Prospero, Super Street Power Adder, Chevy 2 wagon. He's paired up with the Dodge Challenger. Prospero would like to get a hold of this racetrack and see what it can take. Had some problems with the chassis. This time he didn't have problems. The car is stuck like, oh, it was stuck like glue. It's like he made a gear change and just smoked him. But it came off the starting line great. Had a 149.60 foot. Through the first 330, went 414 and shut it off early once again. Here's Houston Alford. Houston in his 91 Chevy Camaro. The last time I saw this car, it was parked alongside Highway 51 with the tail end in the air about 6 feet with two guys working on it alongside the highway. $10.20 at $135 for Houston, and he betters his average by more than 0.3 of a second. He's looking to keep up with Randy Bellahar in that Pontiac Grand Prix, that great big one. Hey guys and gals, Eddie Miller needs your help. He needs a jump start. He's down at the time slip shaft. Folks, don't try this at home. I'm a trained professional. He needs a jump start down at the ET shack. Eddie Miller with a dead battery. If you guys could help him out, he sure would appreciate it. Hey guys and gals, Joe Barry needs a little help. He needs some VP racing fuel, some C23 please. If you've got some you can spare, you can see him. He's just right over here by the tower in that red and white or orange and white 56. But Joe needing some racing fuel. If you've got some VP C63, C23. I think C63 is like rocket fuel or something. Eddie Miller needs some help. He's at the ET shack with a dead battery. If you guys could jump start him, he sure would appreciate it, because he doesn't want to have to push his car all the way back to his pit or to Bowling Green. Once again, if somebody could please give Eddie a jump start. Well, folks, we've got 34 minutes.
This is Brent Bowman, who is currently second in Super Street Big Block NA. Not spraying this time, even though I see the nitrous on there. But the reason I'm here is there's a vicious rumor going around the pit that you want to protest somebody who's not even in your class.
That's not true.
That's not true?
No, I haven't heard that.
Really? I heard you want to protest Brian Goldstone because he's way too comfortable in his car. What's
Yes.
it all about?
Yeah, I don't think it's quite fair that he has such a fast car and is so quiet and comfortable.
You want him to bring the noise then?
Yes.
Okay. All right. Do you have any suggestions for how he might do that?
Well, maybe take off some mufflers. He's got like 4 mufflers. Like straight pipes maybe, or some side pipes or something like that.
All right. You got any plans for trying to pick up the couple of tenths that stand between you and Tim Flanders right now?
Yeah, I think I'm going to uncork the exhaust maybe the last day and maybe pull the hood off and try to get a little bit more air for it.
Pull the hood off.
Yeah.
I'm a big fan of that.
Yep, maybe run some of this oxygenated Rocket brand fuel.
That's a nice plug. Thank you.
Jetted up a few sizes. I was talking to Jack, and so, if I can pick up anything, it's worth a try.
All right. Well, you're almost home, so good luck, and we'll see you in Memphis.
All right, thank you.
All right. Those of you guys that are watching the live feed probably already witnessed the legend that is Shane McClellan and his 62 Nova. When you stood it almost on the bumper for 300-400 feet, what did that feel like?
Oh, it felt great. It was nice and smooth. I pedaled it just a little bit and set it down and went on down the track.
It came down nice. Did you have any idea it was going to dead hook like that?
That's what we hoped. We put a lot more boost into it off the line, and it was either going to spin or hook, one of the two.
I love your car. The fab is beautiful. Can I get a ride?
You certainly can.
All right, because I've heard you got air conditioning, and to be honest, having AC blowing on my dome right now for the last ride in the last track would be great.
Well, the whole idea behind the car was to build the ultimate small tire street strip car, and that's kind of what we set out to do. Air conditioning, overdrive, all the little bells and whistles that makes a street car a street car.
And how quick have you gone this week?
This week we've gone 876.
876 with the AC on?
Well, not really with AC on.
You're not dripping on the track.
No, we're not dripping on the track.
But still, 876, then put the AC on and drive to the next track is pretty damn comfortable.
That's right. Yep. And we've also got a chiller on the air conditioning system that chills intercooler water on the street while we're driving down the street. So,
God, you guys are high tech over here. So pretty much one of the ultimate street cars here at Drag Week. With any luck, you're going to be in Memphis tomorrow. You're sitting in third right now. Do you have anything in your bag of tricks to move up to second or first?
We'd need to really put some more fuel in it to get an 850 out of the car.
I know a guy over at Rocket Brand. He's got fuel.
Yeah, we need more fuel pump.
Oh, all right. I can't help you there.
Well, we'll see if John has got the nitro system figured out on his Mustang. Banging the gear. And the outsider's getting it done. 1284, 110 miles an hour.
This is Steve Steckler from Memphis, Tennessee, a local who's also entered in our daily driver class, and he's got an engine swap in his Tri-5 Chevy that a lot of guys have out there. An LS motor out of a truck that you got out of the junkyard for about $1,400. And how quick is this pushing your car?
60 foot time, it's a 1.6.
That's pretty quick.
I haven't run it actually at a true race track, but it's, I'd say about 12 seconds, mid-12s.
Cool. 12 seconds, all right. And pump gas, what did you do, put a cam in it?
Yep, just a cam, some injectors, and a little tuning, turbo 350 behind it, and tuned it myself with HP tuners.
You got yourself a good, reliable sweet sweeper right there, huh?
Drive it anywhere. We go on trips, we cruise around, we race it, not afraid to get on it.
That's a hell of a street car right there. Good meeting you, and thanks for coming out.
Yep.
Got here in exactly 8 hours because I was champing at the bit to hang out and have some fun and enjoy Drag Week. So I will be with you today and tomorrow, and then I get to drive back from Bowling Green. I'm going to put 1,500 miles on that old car. I feel like I'm, well, other than not being able to make it down the track, I feel like it's being tested as well. So we'll see if it gets me home in one piece. If not, you might have to pick me up alongside the road and drop me off at the Kansas City area. All right, guys and gals, time is running out. If you'd like to make another pass, bring it down to the staging lanes. We've got less than half an hour on the clock, and we are counting down the moments. All right, guys and gals, we've got another trivia question coming at you from the fine folks at Pep Boys. You know the answer to this trivia question, be the first to the Pep Boys Speed Shop trailer to win a prize. And here it is. In the movie American Graffiti, That famous 1932 Ford Coupe had how many carburetors? All right? I don't want to know how many barrels it had. How many carburetors did it have? If you're the first person to the Pep Boys Speed Shop trailer, you can win a prize if you have the correct answer. How many carburetors were on that 32 Ford Coupe in the movie American Graffiti? Hey, check out the Rocket Brand t-shirts, hats, and other items at the Rocket Brand Racing Fuel booth here at the track. Rocket Brand Racing Fuel, taking you faster than you've ever gone before. Speaking of t-shirts, if you don't have your official Hot Rod Magazine Drag Week 2013 t-shirt, they are going fast. Tomorrow is the last day you can get an official one, and that's at Bowling Green. If you live here in Memphis and you're not going to Bowling Green, you have your last chance for the next 25 minutes to get your Hot Rod t-shirt, your Drag Week t-shirt. .91, 110 miles an hour for the little Mustang. John Gatliff, a 2012 GT Mustang. Great looking car, a manual gearbox in it. You know he's having fun with it. You know he's having fun. Who wouldn't have fun? He's got air conditioning, tilt, cruise, all that great stuff. Boy, it would be nice to have air conditioning on a day like today, cruising all the way up to Bowling Green. But, you know, there are some people who decide that they'd rather go fast than carry that extra weight. And I bet you they're going to be stopping for something cold to drink along the way. I got a pretty good crowd lined out here for the last half hour of our final qualifying session. I know a lot of you folks are here to see Tom Bailey make one more pass on the racetrack. I want to know, how many of you folks are from the Memphis area? Raise your hands up. How many of you folks are actually here from Memphis? 2? 3 people from Memphis? All right, if you're not from Memphis, raise your hand up. Wow. Everybody from out of town. Okay, let's see. I know we've got some people here who are from Missouri. Who's here from Missouri? Okay. How many from Iowa? You can't raise your hand twice. What, do you live on the border? I know we've got some long-haul people here. We've got some people from, say, Canada. Who's here from Canada? Maybe they already took off. We got some guys from Australia. Are you Aussies out there? Yep, they're waving way up along the top there. Hey, welcome to Memphis. Anybody here from Florida? California? How many of you folks here from Kentucky? That's where we're going tomorrow. We're going to have some fun at Bowling Green. Well, thank you all for joining us. We do appreciate it. Making that long haul in and that long drive during Drag Week. 5 racetracks in 5 days. About 1,200 miles on the cars. Here he comes again after putting that big divot at 60 feet. Eric Byer, the wheel standing Nova. Folks, this is a Kodak moment. Last time he put it on the bumper. Get out your cameras, get out your iPhones. Let's have some fun. Eric purging that NOS nitrous system. Getting all that vaporized nitrous out of the line. He wants some liquid injection into that nitrous. Here we go. Put it into the plate, and we are going to hammer down. Eric Byer going to launch this thing into the stratosphere. Paired up with John Gatliff in the Mustang. Oh, and Byer not able to get a hold of it. He's going to run it out the back door. .997 at 135 for Byer. Gatliff runs through with a 1294 at 109. Rick Prospero pulling to the line in his Chevy Nova wagon. And we have yet to see Rick really dig in on the starting line. I think it's got something coming. Nice and easy off the line again. And he black tracked the tires about half the way down the track. A couple of minutes ago, Paul Cartwright looked over at me and he says, I think the sunlight is finally getting to the racetrack. And he's right. The sun is beating down from straight overhead. And it is putting some heat out here in the racetrack. All right, ladies and gentlemen, Tom Bailey making what is probably going to be his final pass of the day. Trying to regain some lost ground. He ran a 7:07 earlier. And Dave Ahokas made up a full 1/10 of a second in the overall average, narrowing the margin. If Bailey can run better than a 688, he can regain some of that lead. Regain some of that margin anyway. Still has the lead. But based on that beautiful 688 that Ahokas ran earlier, that margin has been narrowed. Undoubtedly, this has been the quickest car on drag week this year. 670 at Indianapolis at 213 miles an hour at that track. Man, this thing can haul the mail out the back door. But he has not got a hold of the racetrack here at Memphis. Ahokas did, had no trouble getting down the track, packed it up and got out of here, said, I'm happy with that. Bailey, not happy. Making his third attempt. That time it's stuck. Let's see what happens. Out the back door, 696, 211. Bailey's going to be happy with that. First of all, he gains back a little bit of that ground that he lost. And 4 days in a row in the sixes on drag week. All 4 days, all 4 locations in the sixes. 211 miles an hour, every day over 210. Man, that thing is awesome. What a great car. And that's going to boost his confidence going into tomorrow. What do you think is going to happen when Ahokas and Bailey pull out all of the stops, known as their final destination? Where they're going to be is tomorrow in Bowling Green. Their final stop, nothing left in the tool bag. It's all coming out. I can't wait. I'm wringing my hands in anticipation. Here's John Gatliff again. The Outsider Racing 2012 Ford Mustang GT. Beautiful grabber blue paint. Good looking car, John. Uh-oh. Missed a shift. Boy, did he miss a shift. Hopefully nothing got hurt. That thing was singing when he let go of that clutch pedal. So Gatliff runs through with a 1760 at 84 miles an hour. And we are winding down, folks. We got about 17 minutes remaining. 17 minutes remaining to get in that final pass of the day. I do believe Tom Bailey's going to be happy with that pass. Got into the sixes 4 days in a row. He still has a pretty good lead on Dave Hocus. I think he's going to button it up and head back to Bowling Green. And if you folks are headed to Bowling Green and you don't have your Hot Rod t-shirt, your Drag Week t-shirt, stop by and pick it up. We've also got some hats over there for sale. We've got those Drag Week banners. It's a cool looking white banner. I'd like to have one in my garage. So if you haven't picked it up, this is pretty much your final chance to get one here in Memphis. And if you miss out today, you'll have to drive all the way to Bowling Green to get one tomorrow. Here comes Joe Barry. Joe Barry rolling up on the backside of the tower here at Memphis International Raceway, going to make another pass. In his beautiful 1956 Chevrolet. Barry rolling under the tower, coming into the water box. Got his racing fuel, and he is ready to go. All righty, here comes Joe Barry. Hey guys and gals, you against the fence there. You see those really nice banners that are along the fence that advertise our sponsors that make this race possible so we can come back year after year? Those banners need to stay in place. All right? See that hot rod banner that somebody's trying to take down? Do me a favor, guys. Knock it off. Joe Barry, ready to rock and roll. His crew chief setting the height on the wheelie bars. With the front end in the air, you can actually use those wheelie bars to keep the car going straight down the track, as long as they're set properly. And Keith Turk coming out to take care of some business. And we thank you for your cooperation in leaving the banners in place. Joe Barry getting ready to pull the pin on this one. Pre-staged, inching into the beams. And he's on. Not a bad looking pass at all for Joe Barry. 731 at 180 miles an hour. Not too shabby at all. In the heat of the day, I'm talking the sun is just straight overhead, bearing down on this racetrack. It is humid. Look at his crew members. You can wring their shirts out. They are just wringing wet. Monty Smith down there helping out with NOS, bringing his knowledge to the table and helping out Joe Barry. Joe, very, very happy to have it done. John Gatliff making another of his string of passes. John apparently wanted to sleep in this morning. Maybe that or he had some problems with the car, but apparently he's got it going again. 13:07 and 109 We didn't see much of him this morning. He showed up this afternoon and decided to run with us. Folks, we're coming up on the 10-minute mark, coming up on 10 minutes. If you want to make a pass, you've got to get it done in the next 10 minutes.
I'm here in the pits at Memphis with James Reeves of Augusta, Kentucky. And James, the power of the internet is in full effect right now. You are a hero because our live feed is getting a lot of comments about your GLH. Everybody wants to know what's in this thing. I mean, it's really quick. I know it's light, like 2,350 pounds with you in it. How much power is that four-banger making?
Last time we dynoed it, which was a few years ago, it made about 508 to the wheels and about 500 torque. We just did a new intake and header on it this year. A little bit bigger turbo. We're estimating closer to 600. We got it on a pump gas tune right now, just taking it easy and trying to make the field. So looks like we're in pretty good right now.
Yeah, I think you're solidly in the field right now. And I know this is your first drag week, but you've tried to get in here for almost 3 years now, and it's not easy to get in. It sells out almost every year, and unless you've been in it once already, it's kind of like a club. You don't get that email early enough, and so I think that's been your problem. By the time you were ready to register, it was sold out, huh?
Yeah, every year, I read about it online. I can't wait to sign up, and by the time, everybody says, hey, it's open for sign up, it's too late. I'm out, So this year I got lucky, and just when I heard it went on sale, I got on and hit the link and got in. So really excited about that.
Well, welcome to the family, and we hope you make it to Bowling Green tomorrow and make that last pass.
Yeah, we're planning on it.
All right, thank you.
All right, thanks.
If anybody could help him out, he sure would appreciate it. Once again, Joe Barry and his 56 Chevy needs a tow back to his pit area. All right, we've got a few minutes here. I want to thank everybody for coming out and joining us today here at Memphis International Raceway. It has been a pleasure being with you folks for day number 4 here in Hot Rod Magazine's Drag Week 2013. Looking forward to tomorrow as well. And we're just about 10 minutes away from me loading things up and heading out. And I know that Hot Rod's got their toter home over there. They're getting ready to start loading things up and head out as well. They want to thank you all for coming out. I want to let you know that they do still have some of their shirts left over from last year. If you'd like to get them, they're available at a clearance price of only $10 each. And they've also got the bulk deal. You can get 2 for $20 or 3 for $30 on those clearance shirts. Why stop there? They'd probably go 4 for $40, 5 for $50. John Gatliff rolls through with a 13:04 at 1:09. A big thank you to Motor Trend for putting us on their YouTube channel. You guys have been able to stay apprised thanks to Motor Trend. Now taking a quick gander out the back door at Tom Bailey's car. Looks like he's starting to get things set up to make that long drive all the way up to Bowling Green. He does appreciate everybody coming out and supporting him. Been awesome with the fans, and in fact, if you want to stop by and grab there, about a little over 3/10, almost 4/10 of a second averages between the two cars. And the big challenge is after 4 days of hard racing and 4 days of driving down the highway, they've still got to make it to Bowling Green in one piece. and turn in a time slip by 2:30 tomorrow afternoon. Racing at 9 a.m., folks. 9 a.m. You actually get to sleep in a little bit. I'm going to take the day off. I haven't been to Bowling Green in years, and I actually get to take the day off and enjoy a game of golf on Saturday. So, woohoo! Looking forward to it. Shoot around and then everybody gets back safe. It's a pleasure having you all here at Memphis International Raceway. 6 minutes at the racetrack. I don't know that we have anybody in the staging lanes. We'll take a quick look. This final minutes. See Tanya working here, taking in time slips. John Gatliff going to make another pass in his Mustang. Working it through the gears, shuts off the clocks with a 1287 at 110 miles an hour. Don't forget, folks, fine folks who brought us here. Be able to check out all the great issue. Dave Freiberger and his crew do a great job putting that magazine together. I'm really this day. We're going to put an official down at the starting line. If you are not